of his body of work. This event is organized by Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary's Golden Jubilee Birthday Celebration Organizing Committee, and the chairperson for today's event is Mr. Arun Paudel. My name is Samir Dulal.
My name is Shreya Gautam.
And we are our hosts for the day.
Shreya, please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. Today's program aims to bring together scholars, researchers, academicians, and practitioners from diverse disciplines to engage critically with the intellectual contributions and scholarly legacy of Nepal's most distinguished communication theorist and public intellectuals, Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary. Professor Adhikary is a prominent author, philosopher, and communication theorist who is internationally acclaimed for construction and development of Sadarikaran model of communication and Sachar Yoga theory. Currently a professor and head of Department of Languages and Mass Communication at Kathmandu University, he is also the chairperson of Media Studies Subject Committee and the chief editor of Bodhi. Adhikary is author-editor of more than 60 published books, and more than 80 research articles written by him have been published in journals and anthology across the world. He is one of the most accomplished media researchers in Nepal who has been awarded and felicitated with several fellowships, awards, prizes, and public felicitations across Nepal and abroad.
Indeed, Shreya. Aren't we fortunate to have him in our university? Of course we are. Now, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Chief Guest, Professor Dr. K.G. Suresh, former Vice Chancellor, Makhanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, former Director General, Indian Institute of Mass Communication. Keynote speaker, Dr. Nicholas Boyne Principato, Adjunct Professor of Hindi Language and Sanskrit Culture, INALCO, Paris. Adjunct Professor of History of Religions, the Hindu World Catholic University of Paris. We have valedictory address speaker, Dr. Ajay Rizal, Professor, Kathmandu University School of Medical Sciences. For guest speaker, we have Associate Professor Ganesh Baral, Head of Department at Biswa Bhasha Campus, Tribhuvan University. For guest speaker, we have Associate Professor Dr. Aditya Shukla, Head, Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior. And now, to deliver the opening session welcome speech, we have Rajni Khadka, PhD research scholar, Department of Languages and Mass Communication, Kathmandu University School of Arts. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have Rajni Khadka to deliver the welcome speech.
Thank you, Samirji. Okay. Respected chief guests, distinguished scholars, just hold it for a second since I am having some technical glitch on my screen. Okay. Respected chief guests, distinguished scholars and academics from Nepal and abroad, honored colleagues, dear students, past and present, and esteemed guests, a very good afternoon to everyone joining us today from different parts of the world. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to this special webinar marking 50 years of academic life, scholarship, and intellectual leadership of one of Nepal's most respected scholar, Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary. On a personal note, I speak today not only as a member of this committee, but also as a former student who has had the privilege of learning from Professor Adhikary for over 20 years. This makes this moment both professionally significant and deeply meaningful for me. Professor Nirmala Adhikary's academic journey and socio-cultural leadership stand as a remarkable example of rigorous scholarship and powers combined with originality, ethical clarity, and vision. As a senior professor at Kathmandu University, he has made enduring contributions through teaching, mentoring, curriculum development, and academic leadership. He is known as a theorist, author, and educationist, as well as public intellectual, as a social innovator. His influence extends far beyond classrooms, shaping generations of thinkers, researchers, and educators. Internationally, Professor Adhikari is widely recognized as a communications theory of originality, best known for the propounding the Sadharikaran theory of communications. At a time when communications and other disciplines of social science were overwhelmingly shaped by Western theoretical tradition, he posed a fundamental and courageous question. Why should our understanding not emerge from our own philosophical and cultural tradition? The Sadharikaran theory, drawing from Natya Shastra, classical Sanskrit thought, and South Asian epistemology, presents communications as a process of shared understanding, mutual attunement, and ethical meaning making captured through the concept of Sahirdhyata. Through his work, Professor Adhikari firmly positions Nepal within the global theoretical discourse, contributing meaningfully to the border movement toward the de-westernizations of knowledge in communications and social science. And he is largely appraised for commencing the phase of reorientations in the communications theory. Moreover, Professor Adhikari has constructed theories and models like stato dynamic progressivism and state nations theory that have sparked intellectuals as well as grassroots movements in social, political, and social cultural domains in Nepal and abroad. Beyond theory, Professor Adhikari is also a visionary academic leader and institutional builder. His institutional building initiative have deeply influenced academic locations such as the Department of Language and Mass Communication at Kathmandu University and the wider society. He is the founder of Root and Locus Movement in Nepal, an institutional initiative committed to encouraging indigenous scholarship, rooted intellectual self-confidence, and dialogue between traditional and modern knowledge systems. These initiatives reflect his long-held belief that scholarship must remain culturally grounded, ethically responsible, and socially relevant. While Professor Adhikari's theoretical contributions are internationally acknowledged, his greatest legacy lies in his role as a teacher, mentor, and author and public intellectual. He is largely acknowledged as the leading thinker who has been leading the Nepal-centric reawakening in social, political, socio-cultural, and educational sectors. He is deeply respected by colleagues and profoundly loved by students. Those who have studied under him often speak not only of what they learned, but how they learned, through dialogues, reflection, and encouragement to think independently. To many of us, he represents the essence of Guru, who guides without imposing, who challenges with compassion, and who nurtures confidence without hierarchy. The objective of today's webinar is threefold. First, to honor 50 years of dedicated service to teaching, research, and academic leadership. Second, to acknowledge Professor Adhikari's roles in offering an indigenous and globally relevant theoretical contributions from Nepal. Third, to express collective gratitude for the path he has opened, the mind he has shaped, and the values he has consistently upheld. This program is not only a celebration of the past, but reaffirmations of the principles stand for intellectual courage, ethical scholarship, and rooted thinking. On behalf of organizing team, I warmly welcome all national and international participants. Your presence enriches today's celebrations and honors the legacy we are gathered to recognize. Let us proceed with the program in spirit of reflections, gratitude, and shared learning, values that Professor Dr. Nirmal Adhikari has embodied throughout his academic life. Thank you and welcome once again to this commemorative webinar, 50 years of academic and intellectual contributions, Professor Dr. Nirmal Adhikari. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajani Khadka ma'am. Professor Adhikari's journey is an inspiration to all us. Um, it is now my distinct pleasure to introduce a key architect of this event, Ms. Trishna Acharya, a PhD research fellow at the Department of Languages and Mass Communication, KUSA.
Thank you, Shreya. Good afternoon and warm reverence, respected dignitaries, distinguished scholars, faculty members, researchers, students, and dear participants. It is my honor and privilege to share program agenda to all of you in this academic seminar, May seminar we call it, as the program coordinator. We are gathered here to today not merely for formal academic event, but for a meaningful intellectual celebration, one that brings together diverse voices, critical reflection. What? Is it audible? Okay. So basically, an interdisciplinary engagement. This seminar stands as a platform where knowledge is not only presented, but also questioned, refined, and collectively advanced. The academic discussion in this seminar are deeply rooted in some of the most significant theoretical and philosophical contributions in contemporary communication and social thought. The central themes guiding this scholarly engagement include the Sadharanikaran model of communication, which redefines communication as a process of shared meaning and emotional resonance. Saridayata philosophy, which emphasizes empathy, aesthetic sensitivity, and human connectedness. Statodynamic progressivism, which balances tradition and modernity through a dynamic synthesis of stability and change. State-nation theory, which rethinks political identity beyond conventional nation-state framework. The Vatta Mimamsa communication model, which offers a culturally grounded epistemology of meaning-making. Sansar Yoga theory, which elevates communication into a spiritual and transformative discipline. And continuum approach, which transcends binary thinking and promotes holistic relational understanding of reality. So together, these frameworks not only expand the boundaries of communication theory, but also challenges us to rethink knowledge itself from culturally rooted, ethically grounded, and philosophically enriched perspective. They reflect a profound intellectual journey that bridges classical wisdom with contemporary academic inquiry. At this point, it is both necessary and deeply meaningful to acknowledge and express our profound respect and appreciation for Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary as a guru. He stands as a guiding force for generations of scholars. As an academician and researcher, he has consistently contributed to the development of original, contextually grounded, and globally relevant knowledge system. As a theorist and philosopher, he has refined communication as a multidimensional and culturally embedded phenomena. As a public intellectual, he has actively engaged in shaping critical discourse on society, culture, and knowledge production. His intellectual contributions have not only expanded academic horizon, but have also inspired a paradigm shift towards indigenous epistemology and non-Western theoretical frameworks. His works continue to influence scholars across disciplines, encouraging deeper reflection on identity, communication, culture, and consciousness. We also extend our gratitude to all paper presenters and commentators for these insightful contributions, and to organizing team and volunteers whose dedication, coordination, and tireless efforts have made this academic gathering possible. We have received overwhelming number of papers, which shows the impact of his theory and academic contribution. So we also deeply thank the scholars who has been engaged in this endeavor. Although we could not include all the papers, we have included 23 papers in 2 days program. Today, it is more academic program, and it will be conducted in English. Tomorrow, it is academic, along with the socio-cultural aspect is connected with that. The celebration and cultural programs will be there. And so this program would not have come into existence without your meaningful participation and encouragement and support in different forms. And I would like to thank the program coordinator, Arun Paudel sir, and also Soisnu Paudel ma'am, and all the organizing team members, my team members who has been in the webinar, seminar, and publication editing team. Shreya, Samir, Pradeepji, and Tekraj Saw, Madanji, Chetana ma'am, everybody who has meaningfully, Bina ma'am, everybody who has meaningfully contributed on this auspicious occasion of this Golden Jubilee birthday celebration, because we are also setting the culture to celebrate the contribution from Nepal to the globe. So we extend our heartfelt academic gratitude and respect as we proceed with today's scholarly deliberation. Let us carry forward the spirit of inquiry, dialogue, and intellectual openness that his work so profoundly embodies. On behalf of the entire academic community gathered here, I extend our warmest, most respectful and heartful wishes to Professor Dr. Nirmalmani Adhikary. Happy Golden Jubilee birthday, Professor. May your intellectual journey continue to illuminate the pathways of knowledge, inspire generations of scholars, and deepen the horizons of human understanding. Thank you. I wish for the success of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trishna ma'am. Now I would like to move forward to our guest speakers who will offer reflections on the multifaceted nature of Professor Adhikary's scholarship. First, we are joined by Associate Professor Ganesh Baral, Head of Department at Biswa Bhasa Campus, TU, to speak on Professor Adhikary as a philosopher. Is Ganesh Baral sir present with us?
I don't think he is in the participants list.
So it seems Associate Professor Ganesh Baral is not here right now. We can listen to him later, but for now, I'd like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Aditya Shukla, Head, MET School of Communication, MET University, Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior, to kindly deliver his speech.
Hope I am audible to you.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, and good afternoon. Namaskar to all the respected dignitaries, scholars, researchers, students, and the distinguished guests who are present here today in this webinar. At the outset, I would like to thank for the invitation. It is both an honor and privilege to speak today at this seminar, which is celebrating the intellectual and academic contribution of Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, a scholar whose work has significantly expanded the horizon of communication theory, indigenous communication process, philosophy, and social thought. So for this talk, I would like to just touch upon three dimensions of his contribution. The first one is decolonizing or de-westernizing communication theory, recentering indigenous knowledge systems, and building a human and civilizational approach to communication and society. So if I talk about, for decades, you people know that communication studies across the world were largely dominated by Western paradigms, sender-receiver model, information transmission theories, persuasion theories, mechanistic understanding of human interaction. So what Professor Adhikary has done, he challenged this intellectual monopoly. He demonstrated that South Asian philosophical traditions like Hindu tradition, Buddhist tradition, and other traditions, how those traditions can reflect on the communication theories. So he specifically talked about the Bharat Muni, Mimamsa, Vedanta, and the classical aesthetics. And his scholarship asks the profound questions like, can communication be understood not merely as information exchange, but as a process of shared consciousness, empathy, resonance, and transformation? So, if you see this question lies at the heart of his lifelong intellectual journey. So, first, he talked about the Sadharnikaran model of communication, where he discussed communication beyond transmission, communication not mechanical, meaning is not simply sent, human beings are not passive receivers. So, communication become a process of participation, empathy, co-creation of meaning, and even spiritual connections. This is deeply relevant today also. We live in a world filled, and, filled with digital connectivity, but emotional fragmentation. We have more communication technologies than ever before, yet increasing polarization, loneliness, and misunderstanding is continuously posing the challenge for the society. So Professor Adhikary's model reminds us that true communication requires emotional alignment, ethical engagement, and mutual understanding. And I am happy that the several papers in the seminar beautifully extends this idea. Okay. Then, secondly, he talked about the Sahrdeta philosophy, communication as a human harmony or human consciousness. And at its core, this philosophy promotes mutual understanding, emotional resonance, harmony
नमस्ते
in
नमस्ते म
diversity,
अनलाइन आइसकेँ
and the coordination rather than elimination of
हजुर
differences. This is powerful alternative of conflict-centered theories of society. Many modern ideologies define progress through struggles, class struggle, identity struggle, racial conflicts, ideological polarization. But Sahrdeta proposes something different. Human progress emerges through coordination, empathy, and shared consciousness. In today's global climate of identity politics, cultural polarization, online hostility, and geopolitical tension, this philosophy offers not merely an academic theory, but a civilizational response. The third thing which he proposed and he propounded is state nation theory, rethinking nationhood. This theory argues that nationality should not be defined by race, ethnicity, religion, or language. Instead, citizenship and shared civic belongingness should define nationhood. This is especially important in South Asia, where societies are culturally plural and historically complex. The fourth thing, indigenous knowledge system and de-westernization. If I talk about one of the most inspiring aspects of Professor Adhikary's work is his commitment to epistemic decolonization. He demonstrates that indigenous knowledge systems are not primitive residues of the past. They are living intellectual traditions capable of producing theory, methodology, and philosophical insight. If you see this seminar itself reflects the growing movement, many papers engaged with Mimamsa, Rasa theory, Dhwani theory, Vedanta, yoga, philosophy, and the South Asian epistemologies. So why his work matters today? The importance of Professor Adhikary's scholarship extends far beyond Nepal. His ideas speak directly to contemporary global crisis of misinformation, media distrust, hyper individualism, civilizational conflict, diesel loneliness, and loss of ethical communication. His framework encourages us to rethink what communication means, what society means, and ultimately what it means to be human. He ultimately bridges tradition and modernity, philosophy and practice, spirituality and communication, indigenous thought, and global academia. This is why his work resonates across disciplines of communication studies, political theory, philosophy, education, cultural studies, and international relations. As we celebrate the Golden Jubilee of Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, we are not only honoring an individual scholar, we are recognizing a movement toward intellectual self-confidence, the revival of indigenous knowledge systems, and the possibility of a more human communication paradigm. Religious scholarship teaches us that communication is not merely about speaking, it is about understanding, resonance, ethical responsibility, and shared humanity. We know in an increasingly fragmented world, this message may be important now than ever before. And I am fortunate enough that I worked under his able guidance during my PhD thesis on yoga philosophical study of communication process, and we worked together on that particular thesis. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me an opportunity to express my thanks to my supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Aditya Sukla, for your and uh, we come across your name time and again during our lecture session in our class as well. So it's good to have you here and listen to your speech. One thing I would like to bring to the attention is that we have participants who has the names like iPhone and so on. So we'd like to see your beautiful name. So please rename it to your name. And now continuing with the program. So I'd like to invite Associate Professor Ganesh Baral. He is head of department at Vishwa Bhasa campus, Tribhuvan University, to deliver his speech. Dear Goddess, Professor Goddess, sir, kindly unmute your mic. It's mute.
Namaskar, namaskar. Can you hear me? Is it
Yes,
all
sir.
right?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I wish very much happy birthday to Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary. And I appreciate what he has done, philosophically in his Sthiti Gadyatmak Pragatibad. I would like to highlight on this matter. So whenever I was going through his book, first of all, I found that such a great thing. The name itself, I would like to, go through Sthiti, Gadyatmak, and Pragatibad. That is statu dynamic progressivism is given in English. So it is so important that he has accumulated everything over here. Like statu means whatever we have found in someone's philosophy that we can bring or we can think about it if something is very true, very right. And dynamic means that this gatyatmak is that it's supposed to have a kind of dynamism, in dynamism, and progressivism is also over there, and we supposed to have a progress over there. So such a great, the first thing is such a great name that it has, synthesized most of the things so far in the world. Whoever philosophers are there, that we can go through and we can get what is the truth. For example, who has said very important thing. For example, if we go to Western philosophy, if we talk about Thales, he says that water is very important. And if we go in Miletus, and he says that air is important. Whereas these things, according to Pradhyapak Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, that in in our Panchabhautik, they have come over there. 5 elements are over there. So they are important. Water is important. Air is important. And if we go to Pythagoras, and if we talk about that immortal soul, now we believe on soul. Most of the religious people in the world, they believe on soul. So, soul, believing or not believing, it doesn't matter. But whoever we believe on soul, that is very important thing. So in this in the static things, it is very true that we have to accumulate in our philosophy. And if we go to Socrates, in his philosophy, we can think that, if we want to know something, we have to ask all the time the questions. Ask the questions to know something else. And this thing, if we come to the Eastern philosophy, that is in Veda, it is, of course, there is a question and there is an answer, and very similar things that we can find with them as well. That is the statue, and that has to be very much dynamic if it is very important. And if we come to Plato, that his theory of form, that is very important. This physical world, he thinks that is imperfect. And so these all people, and Aristotle says that we need observation, a scientific approach is there. So in this book, I have found that he talks a lot about Vedanta, which is a very dynamic things over here. And if we go to the Western philosophy, most of the people, they have been talking very similar thing that Nirmal Mani Adhikary has mentioned in his statodynamic progressivism. And very good suggestion is there that we have to get or filter what is very important and what is less important. So it reminds me that when we come to Kierkegaard, that or Schopenhauer or Kierkegaard, they have been very much fascinated with our Eastern philosophy. And they have said that thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Now, Dr. Adhikary, Pradhyapak Dr. Adhikary, has mentioned this thing very, very, nicely over here in his philosophy, because whatever it is very important or whatever they have said, that is a kind of pramana or that is a kind of thesis there. And whatever it is very important from the thesis, we'll take it. And if we disagree with it, that is antithesis, that will not agree with it, we'll leave it over there, and we'll synthesize, with new kind of a concept over there, that giving all the time into the progress, into the progressivism. So like that, it reminds me, over here, that Satyam, Shivam, Sundaram kind of thing in Eastern philosophy. So Satyam means that whatever truth is there, we'll take it. And Shivam means that we'll generate it, we'll mix it with the things over there. And Sundaram, that would be very, very interesting. And Shivam, we have to understand over there that Shiva means that whatever is not important, whatever is let's say that it is not very progressive, what we will do, we'll leave it. Shiva means a kind of death as well, because in our life, three things are there. It is true that we are surviving, and there is, it is beautiful things that we survive in this world. And then again, Shivam over there that will be, taken away from the same kind of power, whatever we we were existed from, or what from where we were born. So this way, if we go comparatively, these things are so important to have in this present world. So he has proved that our Vedanta philosophy, if we talk about, then he says that how to get the ideas over there. I would like to highlight his Vedantic philosophy. It is a very interesting that has been, discussed a lot in this Sthiti Adhyatma Pragatibad or statodynamic progressivism. So that is whatever we want to know. That is the first thing is a perception, five our senses, whatever they know, that will believe that. And from here, he has said that vijnana, that is, that is science. And he has said that jnana, that is cognitive knowledge. So both of them, he has defined that they are very important. They are two sides of a coin. Or if we go to the word of Vedanta, we can say that it is vidya and avidya. Now, avidya is a science that whatever it is proved from science, that we know it is a knowledge. And vidya, that cognitive knowledge, that we have not found anything so far, or we are going to have a research. So this way, vidya and avidya, we can talk about it. And that is very true in our satyam, in our sattva, raja, and tama again. So sattva means that is the truth. And, raja means that is our existence. And tama means that what is not necessary, nature itself will take away from here. So this kind of philosophy in, in our existing world must be, put forward, must be learned, and everyone supposed to be, aware of it. And whenever I was going through this book, I have found that, Marxist classical struggle or capitalism, all the things are over here, they have been presented beautifully. And since we Nepalese people are, the country Nepal is less powerful, and obviously, power is exercised in this world. If we are quite, powerful over there, this statodynamic progressivism will be in this world, and this world will be a kind of paradise or a heaven to exist in this world. So we have to appreciate him. We have to, put forward this philosophy wherever we go, and we have to compare Eastern and Western philosophically over there, and we have to ask the question, and we have to, just get something new over there if there is, and if something is very important, we have to take in our life. And if something is less important, we have to leave it like Shivam. We have to, have just we have to leave it over there. It is not necessary. So if we do like that, I think this kind of philosophy will be, on the one hand, whatever was existed before, and whatever it was important, it will have been carried out, and whatever is necessary, that it will be germinated, and what it is not very necessary will be avoided. So this way, such a lovely philosophy, such a interesting, such a scientific philosophy that both science and super science, or we can say that this world and meta world that has been discussed in the book. So many things are there. I might not be able to bring all the things within these 10 minutes, but I appreciate, and we have to just thank him for this new philosophy, which is very, very traditional and very, very modern. And that is forming again and again new thing over here. So this much I would like to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ganesh sir. It is now our honor to welcome our international keynote speaker, Dr. Nicolas Bon Principato. Joining us from Paris, France, Dr. Boyne is an adjunct professor of Hindi language and Sanskrit culture at INLCO and a scholar of history of religions at the Catholic University of Paris. Let's welcome Nicolas Bon.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Miss Shreya Gautam, for your introduction. Can you hear me well? Yes? Okay. So, given that we have 10 minutes to make our presentation, I will try to be short. So, first of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me to this event and to invite me to deliver this keynote address at this distinguished event. I regret I'm not able to join you in person in Nepal. I've never been to Nepal. I know India quite well, but so please let me know whenever I can visit your beautiful country. It will be with a lot of pleasure. So, what brings me here today? In short, in my presentation, I will rapidly uh, explain how my PhD and how my research was connected to Mr. Professor Adhikary sir. And also along my presentation, I would like to share some messages because I think we have a lot of students as well in the audience. So uh, I th- I have some messages that I feel are important to share when we are working on the theories Professor Adhikary has developed. So first, I would like to start by congratulating Professor Nirmala Adhikary for his leadership and commitment to sustaining the long tradition of poetics in Indian philosophy that has inspired so much of his work. In a world where political and economic perspectives are dominating the media, the broader public sphere, etc. So I'm happy to see that there's still some people interested in politics and philosophy, especially Indian philosophy, and who are trying to um, give them a modern relevance. So, why is it so important in today's world to engage with poetics and philosophy? I think, as the former speakers also mentioned, I think Professor Zadikary's work answer well this question. So one answer would be that this work on poetics it help keep us anchored, rooted in our shared humanity, in our somehow we can say in our saridayata. So how come I discovered Professor Adhikary's work? Well, first of all, I was working on the Sadharanikaran concept, but not the model of communication. I was working on the Sanskrit, like let's say traditional definition in Kavya Shastra. And it is only later on that I discovered this model and this new perspective, new way to look at the concept. So my first message to the students here present in the room is that when you're working, and this is what I felt during my research, when you're working on such important concepts like Sadharanikaran, like Saridayata, like Sariday, well, you have to bear in mind that you are somehow carrying an important responsibility because these concepts are increasingly important in our world. As I said, that where politics is everywhere and where there are more and more conflicts. So to make this concept relevant, to make this concept trustworthy, you have to stay grounded, you know, in reality, in everyday life, in facts. So when you're trying to explore these concepts, try to always, you know, try to connect them to people's life and see how they can have an impact. I think this is something very important because if you start to have speeches disconnected from the reality, then people won't see the relevance of the concepts you're trying to develop. So this was my first message. You can be idealistic. I think if we are meeting today, we are somehow both. I mean, all of us sharing some ideals about humanity, but we have to remain concrete and practical. So this is my first message. So now coming back to my personal story with Professor Adhikary's work and my research. So as I was saying, I discovered first I'm not Indian, so nor Nepali, so I was not familiar with the kavya, like poetics. So first, I got introduced to Indian kavya shastra, and by digging in, I discovered this concept of Saride. So I was very fascinated by the idea of Saride, the traditional idea, and and while I was reading some Hindi writers, I one of them was Jaishankar Prasad, and Jaishankar Prasad. I hope you all know Jaishankar Prasad. I think in one of his essay, which was Kavya or Kala. I'm not 100% sure if it was there or in the introduction of Kamayani, but anyway. Um, I noticed the term used in a different way. So Saride was not having this usual traditional meaning that you might know, but it was more presented as um, the Saride was someone who has a deeper human dimension, you know, who was more human, who was more able to connect with human beings. And I felt that this definition was interesting. So this first encounter, this first reading left a deep impression on me and encouraged me to explore the idea further. And so it is only when I started to look for modern works on this concept that I discovered the work of Professor Adhikary, and I can tell you that it really changed the course of my research because um, the main difficulty I had in during my research was my PhD supervisor. My PhD supervisor, he was Indian but living in France, and he wanted me to convince him in a kind of paksh vipaksh, you know, like a kind of philosophical debate. And at first, he was not convinced by my intuition that a modern concept, this concept, this old Sanskrit concept, could be turned into modern definition. And it's only when I presented to my PhD supervisor the work of Adhikary sir that he said, oh, okay, now we have something quite elaborated, quite well presented. So he read the articles that I was sharing with him, and then only he felt more reassured somehow. And plus, my PhD supervisor was a student of Vidya Nivas Mishra, and you might have heard of Vidya Nivas Mishra work because when it comes to um, the Sadharanikaran concept and Sariday and Rasa Siddhant theories, etc., Professor Mishra played an important role. Um, so um, so I take this opportunity again to thank Professor Adhikary for helping me, convincing my PhD supervisor, thanks to his model and the work he did. So I can see that I'm taking a lot of time explaining you all that, so I'm not sure I'm gonna have the time to cover all the things I had in mind. So just to conclude, I think I have 3, 4 other minutes. So what I tried to do in my PhD is to apply the concepts, apply the model to lit literature, Hindi literature. So I analyzed the work of a Hindi poet whose name is Kunwar Narayan. So Kunwar Narayan, he worked on he wrote an epic poem called Atmajai. So I translated Atmajai into the conqueror of the self. So this his work is actually a reinterpretation of the Kathopanishad, the Katha Upanishad. So you find in his poem important characters like Nachiket, Yamraj, etc. So in my research, I tried to show that the poet Narayan is somehow trying to make his reader become a Saridei by the experience he is offering the reader through the poem. So I won't have time, unfortunately, to go into details. Maybe another time. But my proposal in my PhD is to say that Saridei somehow can be understood as another way to talk about humanism and humanist, thinkings. For me, it's a synonym. It's a synonym. It, of course, if you translate Saridai, it cannot be the literal meaning, but somehow in Indian traditional philosophy and Indian modern philosophy as well, this concept of Saridai, Saridayata, is an interesting way to explore how Indian philosophy has presented humanism. So, in the conclusion of my PhD, and I will finish with that, I made a kind of. I also proposed a model, um, and it's what I propose is to read dharma, the term dharma, in a new way. So for me, um, there are 3 levels of dharma, and they are all inspired by this Saridayata. So the first form of excuse me, I think one of you is, yeah, thank you. So the first form of dharma is swadharma. Of course, you've all heard about swadharma. And swadharma is about becoming yourself a Saridai. So the swadharma of each individual somehow is to become a Saridai. And this mission, this task, is not limited to some classes only. It's every human's goal somehow. The second dharma is more of a collective dharma. You can connect it to the lokalyan. So by becoming yourself a Saridai, by developing Saridayata in society, then you building a lokalyan, a kind of a well-being of all of everyone in society. So this has a more collective dimension. And the third form of dharma is, of course, the dharma that you might know, the dharma of the universe, that you can somehow connect to the nature and reaching, this first this individual saridayata, then a collective saridayata will lead you to, yeah, I'm done. I'm done. It's over. It will lead you to a kind of a universal experience of life. So this is the third level of dharma that you can explore through saridayata. So that's pretty it. That's what I wanted to share with you. Like the inspiration I got from Professor Adhikary's work, and thank you for listening. Um, there is, of course, a lot to say about the ideas I shared, but I will be happy to discuss them later on. Thanks.
Dr. Nicholas, thank you for your insights and sharing your research experience. We'd also love to welcome you to Nepal someday. We'd like to request that you finally make that Nepal trip in 2026. So we would be delighted to have you at Kathmandu University and listen to you in person along with our faculty and classmates. So yes, thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Professor Dr. KG Suresh. He is a Vice Chancellor from Mohanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, former Director General, Indian Institute of Mass Communication. He has engagement in multiple prestigious organizations, such as he is a Professor Emeritus from OPJ Institute of Mass Communication, President of Global Media Education GMEC, Vice President of Indian Communication Congress, recipient of Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi Award for Outstanding Contribution to Journalism, Government of India, former Senior Consulting Editor of Doordarshan News, former Chief Political Correspondent of Press Trust of India, Founder Dean of School of Modern Media, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehradun, former editorial consultant, AsiaNet News Network, former media advisor of Dalmia Bharat Enterprises Limited, and he is a former Vice Chancellor. Professor Dr. KG Suresh, sir, please.
Thank you, Samir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Namaskar and a very good afternoon to you all. And it's indeed a great pleasure joining this celebration, I would say. My heartiest congratulations to my dear friend, Professor Nirmal Mani Adhikary, on his birthday today, first of all. I think all of us in the media fraternity, media education fraternity, is today celebrating this day. And I'm really grateful that I am getting an opportunity to address this international webinar on the scholarly works and intellectual contributions of Professor Adhikary. I have fond memories. I have been associated with institutions which have either inspired or where Dr. Adhikary has worked. I was the Director General of the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, and Professor Yadava of the Institute was among the first who, mooted the idea of having a communication model based on Natyashastra. Subsequently, it was taken up by many others, but it was Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary who actually worked on it, who I would say was the pioneer. And again, subsequently, I went on to become the Vice Chancellor of the Makhanlal Chaturvedi University, which had the privilege of publishing his book on Natya Shastra. So I think that, so we share a long-term association. We also celebrated a couple of years back the 20 years of, Sadharanikaran model. And I would say that I remember fondly, much before the National Education Policy 2020 came into force in India. In 2016, when I became DG of IIMC, at that time itself, along with the Western models of communication, I had introduced in the curriculum Natya Shastra, and the primary text on which it was, based was, the Sadharanikaran model, which was developed by Professor Nirmala Adhikary. And at that time, it was really difficult for me to even have teachers. It created a big buzz in Indian media, national media in Delhi at that time. And there were even, people who said that by bringing in, Indian or Natya Shastra and all that, we were saffronizing education. Whereas we are only going into the roots of our culture, our common culture. And I felt that it is something which we should have done. The word decolonization was used by one of the previous speakers. I think it was Mr. Shukla. And I believe that this decolonization process was, long overdue. And I am glad that, in the communication space also, this was important. We have had a long tradition of communication in this part of the world, from we have had a long history of communication, whether it is the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas or the Upanishads, from Narada, sage Narada, Devrishi, traveling across the worlds to Sanjaya in Mahabharata, giving what is seen as a precursor for a live telecast of the war from the Mahabharata, from the battlefield of Kurukshetra. And then we also see, we have had a history of communication. This Prashnotari, Adi Shankaracharya himself has written, and this communication model of, question and answer, whether it was Krishna and Arjuna, whether it was, Yama and Nachiketa, whether it was Yaksha and Yudhishthira. We have had a long tradition of, questions being. So this critical thinking is not something Western. It has been there. And we are, we believed in questioning the existing systems. And that is why we have had even people like Charvak who believed in, they used to say that, you should buy ghee on loan and eat it. So, and on the other hand, you have had people who would, you know, talk about austerity. So everything was accepted. We did not give any hemlock to our Socrates. We did not crucify any Christ amongst us. We have had a long such tradition because Hindu traditions have always welcomed, not just tolerance but acceptance. That was something great about, our ancestors. I'm glad that today, whether in Nepal or now in India since 2020, there is a systematic way of, encouraging this. And, I should say that the focus on the Indian knowledge systems, as I said, in 2016, I had difficulty in finding a teacher to teach, Natya Shastra in my institution. But today, a lot of teachers have been trained over the years since the advent of the National Education Policy. And today, I am also a member of the UGC LOCF on preparing the draft curricula for UG and PG journalism programs across the country. And we are incorporating elements of the communication model. So I just want to very briefly, coming back to the topic, and I believe that, you see, I have always believed that true progress in our field requires not just adopting global frameworks, but courageously building upon our own civilizational wisdom. And Professor Adhikary exemplifies this courage and intellectual depth like few others. a scholar rooted in tradition, uh, Professor Adhikary is not merely a professor at Kathmandu University, where he is, of course, serving as the head of the department, but I look at him as a pioneering theorist who has gifted the world the indigenous models of communication drawn from the profound well springs of Indic thought. And his most celebrated contribution certainly is, as mentioned by my previous speakers, the Sadharanikaran model of communication, which certainly, stands as a landmark in decolonizing communication studies. So this rooted deeply in Natya Shastra of Bharat Muni, the concept of, achieving commonness or oneness as Sadharanikaran implement offers a holistic, humanistic, and spiritually attuned, alternative to the linear transmission-oriented Western models like the Aristotle's model or Shannon Weaver's model. While many Western models focus on sender, message, channel, receiver, and effects, uh, often treating communication as persuasion or information transfer, the Sadharanikaran model emphasizes on Sahridayata, or the state of being of one heart and mind, empathy, shared experience, and the transformative power of communication towards harmony and even moksha, which is, the ultimate spiritual goal of every Hindu. So it is a rational, contextual, and deeply cultural. And I think that this model resonates deeply with our diverse, multilingual, multi-faith societies of our South Asian, region. Equally, certainly is significant is his Sanchar Yoga theory, where he has viewed verbal communication as a yogic practice of spiritual elevation, and the Bhatta Mimamsa model of communication, which further enriches our understanding by drawing from the Mimamsa philosophy. These are not a mere academic exercises. They, for me, represent a profound epistemological shift. That is very important. And what strikes me most, and these would be my, concluding remarks, is that, Professor Adhikary is the sheer volume and quality of his output. I mean, he is the author and editor of over 60 books, including landmark works, related to Bharat Muni, Sadharanikaran, Sanchar Siddhantikaran, and of course, research articles, published internationally. And that is extraordinary productivity, I must say, for an academician. In India, he would have certainly qualified for becoming a vice chancellor by now. And he truly deserves to be, I'm sure. In the coming days, we would get to see him as a vice chancellor of one of the prestigious universities in Nepal. And of course, his journey is also equally remarkable as much as his achievements, from an MA thesis that birthed the Sadharanikaran model to becoming, to becoming the leading voice in communication theory, not just in Nepal, but also, across the world. So it, in a way, reminds, if you ask me, the legacy of, of course, he's still very young and he has years to contribute in the coming days. But I believe that great ideas can emerge from any part of our shared civilizational space, India and Nepal. But of course, it has to be rooted in rigorous scholarship and cultural confidence. And it continues to remain relevant. That is the important part. I keep saying, whether it is Swami Vivekananda or, any of our great leaders, I say that what is significant about them is that they were not just, they are not just part of the history, but they continue to be relevant and continue to inspire us. For example, and I look at, Professor Adhikary's work in that regard only. Because in an era dominated by digital disruption, algorithmic echo chambers, misinformation, and cultural homogenization, Professor Adhikary's work offers timeless antidotes, if I may use that term. The Sadharanikaran model teaches us that genuine communication is not about domination, which we still continue to see in the Western models, or the Western communication order. So that's why there is a call for a new information order. So, or mere transmission, but about creating shared meaning and emotional resonance. And in our polarized times, this emphasis on Sahradita is revolutionary. His integration of philosophy, aesthetics, and communication theory provides a much needed bridge between ancient wisdom and contemporary challenges. In fact, from media ethics and journalism education to public discourse and peace building, which I believe is the need of the hour across the world today. Somebody who has spent decades in both newsrooms and classrooms, I can affirm that our students and practitioners need these personal frameworks more than ever. I have friends. I have long been a great advocate of greater collaboration between Indian and Nepali scholars in media and communication studies. Our shared heritage, open borders, and common challenges make such exchanges natural and necessary. Webinars like this are a vital step in that direction. And to the young scholars and students participating today, I can only urge them to study Professor Adhikary's works deeply. Do not treat them as mere theory. Test them, apply them, critique them constructively, and build upon them. Decolonization of knowledge is not about rejecting the West, but about confidently asserting our own uh, perspective as equal, if not more harmonious, contributors to global understanding. And my message to Professor Adhikary on this very auspicious occasion, I don't see him here. I think he is in some common conference room. But Professor Adhikary, your work has already earned international acclaim and citations. More importantly, it has ignited minds across the borders. On behalf of all of us in the Indian Media Academia fraternity, I extend my heartfelt congratulations and gratitude. And I'm offering this not just as a media educator, but also as the president of the Global Media Education Council, as the vice president of the Indian Communication Congress. I wish that you have indeed made Nepal and the entire region proud, and may your intellectual journey continue to illuminate paths for generations. And I would say, last but not the least, that by honoring Professor Adhikary, we are not just celebrating an individual's achievements. It is about celebrating the resurgence of indigenous knowledge systems in communication studies. It is a reaffirmation that the global south, particularly the Indic civilization, has much to offer the world. Let this webinar be the beginning of a deeper engagement, joint research project. We just had a scholar from France. I'm sure there are many scholars across the world. So student exchanges, collaborative publications between institutions. And on that note, I wish once again a great birthday. And perhaps your birthday is no more a personal event or affair, but an occasion for the media academic fraternity to think, to ponder over the future course of action. Thank you so much for inviting me. Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Dr. K.G. Suresh. Now we will move into our core research presentation session. So for the first three presentations, we have Mr. Jagannath Kafle as the commentator, who will have 5 minutes. But before that, I would like to introduce our first presentator, Govinda Kumar Shah, PhD in International Relations from Tribhuvan University. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity here to present my paper. Allow me to share my presentation here. I hope is my slides visible there?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, so let me start my presentation. The topic of my presentation is Professor Adhikary's state-nation theory and its implication for international relation. I have done a PhD in international relations, so I would extend the state-nation theory into international relation and introduce it as a framework for rethinking nationhood, sovereignty, cooperation, and war in international relation. So before moving into the theory, I would like to explain a concept of Reeth. This concept is from Rig Ved, and Reeth means that the universe is properly arranged and everything moves in a system, like the planets revolve around the sun, and every living being and non-living being are interconnected, and it is our moral duty to preserve that connectivity and the system, the cosmic system, which works in an arranged model. So core proposition of this state nation theory is, when nationhood is detached from ethnicity and sovereignty is tied to moral responsibility, IR moves from anarchy management to order restoration. Let me set up the context here. The dominant IR theory, the major problem of dominant IR theory is that it treats historical experiences of the West as universal experiences. So it cannot fulfill fulfill the requirement which is actually needed to develop an IR theory, because the dominant IR theory does not draw anything from our part of world. The major problem is the major problem of dominant theory is that they treat anarchy as an ordering condition, material power and security as primary driver, institutional design as artificial order, and state interest often abstracted from ethics, ecology, and civilizational context. The major state nation theory critique is that post-colonial and non-Western conflict cannot be fully explained through imported categories. State nation theory asks IR to begin from a different ontology. Political order is embedded in moral, social, spiritual, and economic relations. Major concept of Rajya Rashtra is that nation comes first. The major problem with, let me explain the major problem of a nation state first. Nation comes first, state is just a container. Nation is shared ethnicity, language, religion, or culture. This concept produce minority status by identity hierarchy, and this also causes secession risks from identity crosses borders, when identity crosses border. In a state nation theory by Professor Adhikary, state and nation become synonymous. Nationality is defined by citizenship. Diversity is not a defect to be managed away. Civil political rights are individual, cultural rights are collective. The main ontological ground of this theory is the Reeth, the concept which is embedded in Rig Veda. I already explained about that. We have to protect the cosmic arrangement. That also include environment, protection of environment and ecology in current sense. It is also related somehow to climate change, also protection of climate. So it is our moral political obligation to protect Reeth. A state nation protect both individual citizen and collective cultural flourishing. At individual level, civil and political rights belong to every citizen as an equal member of the nation. At collective level, cultural communities retain room to preserve language, practice, memory, and identity. At system level, plurality becomes a source of cohesion rather than a trigger for fragmentation. So the model of a state nation is not homogenization. It is a civic frame strong enough to host differences. Statecraft work in this way. There is a concept of Sabha and Samiti and Raj Dharma in Hindu Vedas. So a scholar and elder forms a Sabha, and they decide the rules of law is aligned with knowledge, duty, and restraint or not. The Raj Dharma is the sovereign does not invent justice. The ruler discover and protect pre-existing natural order. Samiti is a kind of a broader society where popular interest discipline policy and prevent domestic entropy. In state nation theory, cooperation is an ethical co-action, not temporary convenience. We all state recognize a common commitment to moral order. The ambassadors, the Dutta, builds trust among each other. Resources and capability are equitably shared. This concept is called Sahapaksa. And the co-action alliance security rests on durable ethical governments. State nation theory takes war as an anomaly. Force is valid only to restore order. Collapse into domestic tyranny, corruption, abuse spill outward at aggression. This means that when a state practice corruption, abuse, and tyranny inside its territory, it spill around other whole world. So restorative intervention is needed, and this restorative intervention should return to Rida, that is, return to order. So core concept is that war is not a normal policy instrument. It is a temporary correction after moral orders break down in any states. Overall implications, the theory points toward a more ethical response to today's transnational crisis, like global health, democratized institution, multipolarity, ethical economy, broader security, and environmental as a part of moral ecology. This is my final slide. So the key takeaway for international relations from state nation theory is that ontology, from structural anarchy to moral cosmic equilibrium, nationhood, from cultural homogeneity to equal citizenship, sovereignty, from absolute authority to conditional responsibility, cooperation, from threat balancing to ethical cooption, for security, from military survival to holistic order presentation. This is end of my presentation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I rest it upon here.
Thank you, Mr. Shah, for your insightful presentation. It is quite interesting to see international relations and diplomacy through the lens of our own Asian theories, right? There are plenty of Western and Eurocentric theories which may or may not quite work with our unique situation in South Asia, right? So it was quite exciting to see to listen to what you have said. So now we have Jagannath Kafle, who is the doctoral researcher PhD in economic geography from University of Turku as a commentator. So we'll have the commentating session after 2 more presentations. So for now, I will call upon Professor Dr. Mehak Jonjua for our presentation. Dr. Mehak, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Mehak Jonjwa, and I'm working with Sharda University. So the topic of my presentation is ethnicity, religion, and the state, rethinking nationhood in South Asian context. So first, let me share the presentation with you all. Hope the presentation is visible to everyone.
Yes, it is visible.
So in South Asia, religion and ethnicity have played a historical role in contributing to the development of both new forms of national identity and state structures. The nation building project is complex and continuous. Therefore, gap exists within the current literature regarding an understanding of the state nation models functioning within a multiplicity of cultural expectations experienced by post colonial nation states. So, in this study, a qualitative and quantitative analysis of the interactions between the government state policy, identity, politics, and the process of nation building will occur in 4 states, that's India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan. So, using a combination of methodologies, including the survey, which has been conducted on 1,000 respondents, and 30 to 40 semi-structured in-depth interviews have been taken to study the research objectives. So the 4 main research objectives are: first is to analyze historical effects of ethnicity and religion on nation building in India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan. The second is to empirically test the Stephen Lins Yadav state nation model in contemporary South Asian context. The third is to assess how constitutional design, federalism, language policy, and minority rights framework affect the multicultural governance. Next is to evaluate urban and semi-urban public perceptions of national identity, religious identity, and state legitimacy. And the last one is to formulate policy recommendations to support inclusive governance and effective management of ethno-religious diversities. So the research methodology I had already shared. So I have taken both quantitative and qualitative methods to study these research objectives. So the main findings of the study is that all the 4 countries included here, including India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan, represent the most complicated and contested cases. So first, we'll be taking into account the Indian context, where the constitutional architecture embodies a symmetrical federalism. So the constitutional architecture established by the Constituent Assembly in 1950 was purposefully designed with accommodating India's vast diversity through the adoption of asymmetric federalism, the fundamental rights, and the affirmative action policies, as well as through the establishment of the linguistically recognized states, 22 recognized scheduled languages, an extensive framework of reservations for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes, etc., all representing a strong institutional commitment to the state-nation model. Now, the survey findings conducted in India indicated that high levels of dual identification is there, with the majority of respondents from each of the sampled cities reporting that they both feel Indian, as well as they have strong ties and relationship with their own states, with their own language, with their own religious identity, consistent with the state-nation thesis that the two are complementary and do not exist in competition with one another. However, the findings also reveal significant variation among respondents along the religious and the caste lines, with the various religions and or the various ethnicities which exist in the country. So the results are supported by both qualitative interviews conducted with the civil society leaders and the legal scholars, who have noted that recent legislative and judicial decisions are indicative of a more inclusive society that we are having. Through documentary reviews, the analysis identifies the tension between the constitutionally defined state-nation structure and the growing influence of the ideologies. But the passage of Citizenship Amendment Act of 2019, restrictions of interconfessional marriages, and the establishment of some protection legislations in multiple states all represent policy changes that have had a discriminatory impact on the religious minorities and create a mismatch with the constitutional commitment to a secular and pluralistic society. Although India's democratic institutions, including the judiciary and the independent media, will continue to provide some checks and balances against the excessive of majoritarianism. Qualitative interviews indicated that there is a high level of perception among representatives of minority communities that the informal norms which have historically supported the multicultural coexistence are also considerable restraint at the moment. Next, we are taking into account Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has experienced a historical journey towards state building that has moved from a pluralist approach towards a majoritarian state identity based on ethnicity and religion with catastrophic consequences. So the entrenchment of Sinhalese Buddhist nationalist identities is the defining identity of Sri Lanka through the 1972 and 1978 constitutions, which gave Buddhism the foremost place and made Sinhala the sole official language of the country. So the consequences of this journey have been a civil war lasting over 3 decades, resulting in the military defeat of the LTTE in 2009 and the death of a large number of civilians later. So data gathered through surveys conducted in Colombo and Kandy point to an extremely polarized sort of an environment in the country around identity politics, and the Sinhalese Buddhists reporting a high commitment to nationalism and a majority supporting the idea that Buddhism has a privilege role in the constitutional and political life of the country. An analysis of the constitutional theory and policy record of Sri Lanka indicates a pattern of institutionalized exclusion resulting from successive governments of both opposition and ruling parties that have only served to entrench this exclusion rather than to remedify it. Although there have been proposals for federalism, devolved government, or power sharing systems, they have consistently failed at the hands of nationalist political mobilization of Sinhalese and the Buddhists. Now, the findings show that the current nation state model in Sri Lanka is incompatible with a state nation framework, that the meaningful constitutional reform and transitional justice mechanism are necessary prerequisites for achieving any long-term commitment to democratic pluralism. Next, we are taking into account the Nepal and the Bhutan. So, Nepal and Bhutan both offer examples of countries in constitutional and political transition where the legal frameworks guiding ethnicity, religion, and national identity are now being redefined. Nepal's transition from a Hindu monarchy to a secular federal republic was realized in the 2015 constitution and has fundamentally redefined what it means to be a nation. So the new constitution defines the geography of Nepal as a multi-ethnic, multilingual, multicultural, and multi-religious country with a federal structure dividing authority between the center and the provinces. So the survey, which has been taken from both Kathmandu and Pokhara, indicates that young respondents in both the cities support such sort of a structure, and the qualitative interviews with policymakers and ethnic minority activists in Nepal show that the ethnic minority communities are skeptical that the formal promises in the 2015 constitution will ever be realized. For example, the Madhesi ethnic group located in the southern Tarai Plains has continued to vocalize discontent with the federal boundaries established by the constitution, which they believe dilutes political power from the Tarai Plains compared to the hills. Similarly, if we take into consideration Bhutan. Now, Bhutan serves as an interesting case study of how the state has developed the identity based on Drukpa Buddhist culture and a gross national happiness development philosophy, which has resulted in both components of inclusive and exclusive community development. So one of the most glaring examples of ethnic cleansing for the purpose of nation building was the expulsion of approximately 1 lakh Lots Shampa, that is ethnic Nepali individuals in the early 1990s, is documented in an extensive qualitative analysis of both archival and human rights records. Data from Thimphu and Funchlong, while limited in their ability to account for the lack of political dissent in Bhutan's restrictive media environment, show that this Lot Shampa and the non-Drukpa communities perceive themselves as being significantly underrepresented in their culture, while at the same time witness an emergent constitutional monarchy moving towards greater political openness, which may create opportunities for a more inclusive government. So if we compare all the 4 nations, so India, we can see that it is transitioning, though we are a democratic and a federal country, which gives equal opportunities to all the citizens. Sri Lanka, obviously, is a majoritarian country. because of its structure. Nepal is reforming, and Bhutan has a GNA framework. So with this, I want to thank all of you for giving me an opportunity for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Mehak Jonjua, ma'am, for that intellectual exploration of nationhood. Your analysis was equally fascinating. So moving on, I would like to welcome Mr. Tekraj Koirala, PhD research scholar from South Asian University, India, to present on reimagining Nepal's foreign policy, navigating through Adhikary's intellectual framework. And I would also like to request Mr. Jagannath Kafle to note for his commentary.
Am I audible? Namaste to everyone. Am I audible?
So, Mr.
Yes.
Vikendraj Koirala, sir.
Yes, audible.
Yes, okay. And I also would like to request someone there to show my PPT.
Samir, are you trying?
Yes, is it possible to show? Yeah, I would like to start. Namaste to everyone. I'm Tekraj Koirala, doing PhD in South Asian University. First of all, I would like to sincerely thanks the organizing for this August gathering, for this valuable opportunity. I would like to express my deep respect and heartful gratitude to the Professor Nirmala Adhikary. On this special occasion, I also would like to uh, wish him a very happy birthday, and also the congratulate on this golden jubilee ceremony. And it is truly honor to be part of this program. And um, also would like to extend my gratitude to the discussion of this session, Jagannath Kafle sir, also the keynote speaker, chief guest, and everyone who are attending this session through the Zoom and also from the Facebook live. Without doing much delay, I just want to start my presentations, which title on the remanaging the Nepal foreign policy navigation through the Professor Adhikary's intellectual framework. Please next slide. Yeah, the question of this research is, can Nepal formulate the foreign policy which is rooted in its civilizational consciousness rather than just externally imported strategic framework? So this paper revisit the Nepal foreign policy uh, through the intellectual contributions of the Professor Adhikary, where his some of the key intellectual contributions such as the state nation theory, the Sahirdeta and star dynamic progression, and also the Himmat Khanda conceptions. I would like to operationalize this concept in the Nepal foreign policy. And in this context, I also look how it's Nepal's engagement with the China, India, and also the West, including the USA. The dynamics of this engagement is very asymmetric. Nepal has a very small power in comparison to this the big great power. So I feel it would be the interesting to see the asymmetric dynamics, and what sort of the philosophical, what sort of the intellectual contributions Professor Adhikary has contributed, or his conceptions has to offer in this regards. Next slide, please. If we look the foreign policy discourses of the Nepal, there are some of the dominant the discourses which are the so like many scholar has looked from the realist perspective on the Nepal foreign policy, and some of scholar has looked from the small state perspective, and also the buffer state, Nepal as a buffer state, and also the emerging literature also on the breeze, the narrative, and the remaining also focuses on the geopolitical balancing, bandwagoning, or hedging. So in this regard, I feel the limited engagements has remain to explore the indigenous intellectual traditions and the civilizational perspective. So the foreign policy, the often discussed through the external strategic lenses, rather than Nepal's own philosophical foundation and civilizational lenses. So next slide. Next slide, please. So this research intervene in this regard. So introduce the Adhikary's some of the key intellectual the conceptions, and so to help the decolonize the Nepal foreign policy, and also emphasize on the culturally rooted perspective for the Nepal foreign policy. So I just emphasize state nation theory, Sahirdeta Darshan, and the star dynamic progression and continuum approach, and Himmat Khanda, that conceptions. Largely this research argue that the state behavior, or the Nepal state behavior, is not only shaped by the material interest, but also the civilizational consciousness, cultural memory, that historical continuity, which has been articulated through the civilizationally informed statecraft. Next slide, please. Next slide. So if we look the Adhikary's framework, the recurring the pattern or the consistent the emphasis has been seen in the Nepal's the origination of the Nepal, which predates the modern nation state nationalisms, or that modern nation state that and where the Professor Adhikary has claimed that Nepal as a state nation rather than the nation state. So the Nepal's unity historically emerged through the cultural synthesis, and coexistence rather than the ethnic homogenizations, which is emphasized by the nation state. So the Hindu, Buddhist, Kirati, and other indigenous traditions coexist within our own civilizational continuum. So it has the profound foreign policy implications. So the diplomacy should reflect the Nepal's plural civilizational identity, Nepal as a civilizational interlocutor rather than the nation state. Next slide, please. So I don't want to go the detail of this the comparison between the state nation and nation state. Just want to highlight some of the point, which is the if we reconsider the Nepal as a state nations, or this principles, then it will focuses on the inclusive, coexistence oriented, culturally grounded diplomacy, rather than the conventional state centric, or the some of the which the nations is defined through the some of the ethnic, linguistic, or religious basis. So it also encourages the balance and civilizational engagement with the India, China, and global actors. Next slide, please. And if we go to the Sahirdeta Darshan and its implication for the diplomatic ethics, I don't want to focus on the what Sahirdeta Darshan means, because other remaining scholar is also going to present on that. Just I want to highlight what sort of the implication it can have. It can encourage the dialogue oriented diplomacy, support the coexistence between the unequal powers, and also it reject the zero-sum geopolitical competitions. Through that, Nepal can project itself as a civilizational interlocutor, peace-oriented Himalayan state nations, which can obviously enhance the Nepal soft power through the civilizational ethics norms rather than the coercive capability, that material capability. Next slide, please. So the dynamic progression and its strategic flexibility, the core idea it gives us to is the society and state evolve dynamically while preserving the civilizational continuity. So in this regard, Nepal should neither do the like blindly preserve the traditions. There could have some of the things which need to avoid and not completely copy or imitate the Western the so-called modernized models. Also, it can have also the implication in the strategic applications where the adaptive diplomacy with the changing global realities. It can give some of the insight on the proactive engagement with the major powers. Next slide, please. If you look the asymmetric dynamics with the Nepal between the India and China, obviously we are not or we can't compete China and India in terms of the material that capability. The Nepal's strategy should be based on its cultural or the civilizational that the consciousness where the Nepal should not perceive the India and China only as a strategic competitors. Nepal should position itself as a civilizational interlocutor across the Himalayas. It should be the strategically proactiveness. Nepal should so. Next slide, please. And also the engagement with the West and the global actors, global that order where the West has been dominated since a very long time. In this regards, the Adhikary's consistent emphasis has been the Nepal should have the strategic engagement with the West. But within the West, there should be the differentiated approaches. Even the West, that's the not homogeneous entity. There are the many actors. Some of the actors are very benevolent towards the Nepal or the East, but at the same time, some of they still the emphasize on the racial that sort of the approaches, and some of them can have the cultural that interest as well. So the Adhikary's overall that emphasis has been Nepal should adopt the cultural civilizational relationship with the China and India, but the strategic relations with the West. Next slide, please. In this regard, the Nepal should gain the technological advancement from the West actually, and also the and I have another case study where the Sagarmatha Samvad. It's the Nepal's government the flagship that program which bring to position Nepal as an global. The flagship project that position Nepal as a climate that leader from the Himalayan nations. In this regards, Professor Adhikary has also given the Himmat Khanda's that Avadharana conceptions, which reimagine Nepal as a shared civilizational and ecological spaces. It moves beyond the territorial geopolitics toward the regional ecological cooperations, where it presents Nepal as an Himalayan knowledge hub, Nepal as a center of the Himalayan knowledge hub and climate diplomacy leaders. Basically, that the Himmat Khanda Punarjagaran, I'm not going to detail of that, but its implications could be it implication, and it can position Nepal as a civilizational anchor of the mountain cooperations and beyond, which broadly link the ecology, the civilizations and diplomacy together. Which has been missing in the larger the Sagarmatha Sambhata. Next slide, please. And in conclusions, I argue that Adhikary's framework offer the distinct intellectual foundations for the Nepal foreign policy. In this regard, the civilizational identity, this approach has integrated the civilizational identity with strategic pragmatisms. At the same time, the cultural diplomacy and then global engagement, and it can have the implications that it can help the Nepal's identity conscious, civilizational conscious diplomacy. It can strengthen the Nepal's soft power projections, and obviously it will help to the climate and the cultural diplomacy as well. It will help to move beyond the reactive geopolitics towards the strategic civilizational statecraft. Overall, Nepal future's foreign policy may become the more proactive when it combines the geopolitical realisms with the civilizational self-awareness. Thank you. I would be more than happy to get your questions or any feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koirala, for this insightful presentation. So, in this presentation, you discussed Nepal's foreign policy through indigenous and civilizational perspectives, right? So, your discussion on balancing strategic pragmatism with cultural identity offered a thoughtful and timely framework for Nepal's engagement in the global arena. So, thank you. Now, I call Jagannath Kafle, who is a doctoral researcher, PhD in economic geography from University of Turku, to present his comments on the previous three presentations.
Namaste to all, and thank you for providing this opportunity me. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate and best wishes to Professor Dr. Nirmal Adhikary for his birthday, and to greetings to all the participants and audience. First of all, I'd like to comment for Mr. Dr. Govinda Kumar Saha. Professor Dr. Adhikary's state nation theory is such a fascinating departure from the mainstream of international relations, and it really opens up space for thinking about inclusive morality and cosmic order in IR policies. The writing of Dr. Saha raised several critical issues, and it is also ambitious and intellectually provocative. And it would be better. Are you listening me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it would be better discussion in neutral and academic languages, and overall the work is a bold and creative interventions that enhances global IR discourse. But it requires further refinement to balance the philosophical depth with practical applicability. Along with this, I noticed the gap in incorporating the latest literature, academic structure arrangement, and the declaration of AI for the Dr. Saha. And for the next, Professor Dr. Mehak Jonjua, the article written by Professor Jonjua makes a significant contribution by applying the state-nation model to India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan, combining surveys, interviews, and document analysis for empirical depth. Convincing Property India as a contested state nation, and the Sri Lanka is trapped in exclusively nationalism, while highlighting Nepal's constitutional promise and Bhutan's historical inclusion. However, the study risks overgeneralization, I think, and represents the rural voice. Like the research has not covered the rural voice, I think, and offer limited narrations, and also it includes the limited nuance of Bhutan's like contemporary policies. I found too little use of related literature, like 5-6 literatures only in the literature review. In the methodological section, I didn't find any content or discourse analysis and thematic analysis and direct quotes of respondents. And also, I didn't find the regression models uh, as promised in the mixed method mixed method sections. And I'm wondering whether this is a research plan or the research report, because the language used in many places of the article, it's like I will do like future tense future tenses. So I recommend to rewrite as a research report. And I did not find the discussion part also, because it's very important in the research report, and which is the main backbone of the research. And and I found no precise conclusion, because conclusion is very long, and overall it is very valuable, but partial contribution to the discourse on pluralism, governance, and democracy, I think. And next, Mr. Koiralas, I was unable to see the whole paper because previous two I read it all and thoroughly everything, but this only I saw I'm able to see the slides, and this Nepal's foreign policy discourse and reframed through the Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary's intellectual lens, and its bold attempt and move beyond the externally imposed paradigms. Mr. Koirala's note highlights the both promises and gaps, and I noticed the need for sharp articulating the like research, like objectives and aims and objectives, or research question like separately, and solid methodology and discourse analysis may be the better methodological part for this research, I think. And at this core lanes the provocative questions like, can Nepal craft a civilizationally conscious foreign policy by engaging Adhikary's theories of state nation, Himawat Khanda, and Sahridayata, alongside Nepal's geopolitical balancing among India, China, and the USA. This study position neighborhood, regional, geographical, and contextual lens within IR theory. I was unable to read the full paper, but the overall presentation and reveals high potential research results for the global relevance in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kafle sir, for your comments and feedbacks. So moving forward, we will listen to more scholars. Mr. Ken Subedi will comment for the upcoming 3 presentations. So firstly, Mr. Agam Kumar Burma, who is a research scholar from Sarda School of Media, Film and Entertainment, Sarda University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India, and Professor Dr. Mehak Jonjoa, Sarda School of Media, Film and Entertainment, Sarda University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India, to present. The topic of the presentation is transforming higher education through artificial intelligence, pedagogical innovation, research evolution, and institutional challenges. So, Mr. Burma and Professor Dr. Jonjua, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Akamara from Sharda University. Here is my topic, and I'm sharing my presentation. Yeah, that's right. So the I'm going to the introduction. Introduction is that AI is transforming teaching and learning in the university management. And the second point is AI support personalized learning and adaptive educations. Universities use AI for grading, attendance, and research. And challenges include ethics, privacy, and digital divide. So the study explored how to AI changing the teaching and research and university systems. So AI helps teachings by making learning more personalized and interactive. It's also support research in collecting and analyzing data quickly. Universities are using AI for attendance, grading, administration, for learning, and some kind of creative course collections. Then kind of. So there's are the 3 points you showing the in PPT: teaching, research, and administrations. And my second topic is research objective. So research objective is the points on understanding AI impact of higher education, study AI in teaching and learning, analyze AI in academic research, identify ethical and institutional challenges, discuss importance of AI literacy. So in this study, the main objective of this study is to understand the impact of AI in higher education. This research focus on AI in teaching and learning process. It also studies how AI changes research activities. Ethical and institutional challenges are also included in these research objectives. So there's my next point of research methodology. So uh, my research methodology is based on the two options: methods and qualitative research. So there's some points like data source, sources, approach, and focus on method process. And the qualitative research is secondary data, journals, reports, books, and conceptual interpretive, and AI in teaching, research, and ethics. So this study used a qualitative research method. The data was collected from journals, books, research report, and a conceptual and interpretive approach was used. This helps in understanding role of AI in education, industry, and institutional also. And then going for the next topic is major finding and themes. So pedagogy innovations, research transformations, faculty adoptions, and ethics and governance. So there are some topics to the major findings. The finding shows that AI is improving educational methods and research practices. AI helps in creating better learning experience for students. It supports innovation in teaching methods. The study also highlights the importance of ethics and faculty adoption from AI process. And I'm going to the next slide. AI impact area. As the showing the data. So you see the AI improvements, efficiency, engagement, research speed, and the personalized learning. So the data collective, so the presence AI helps increase efficiency of study engagement. It provides a personalized learning according to students' needs. AI improve research speed and productivity, and it makes education smarter and then more effective and the creative ways. So there's a chart of the teaching, research, and admin accessibility in the based of AI. And the next topic is challenges of AI in education. So there's a challenge and an impact. So there's some academic integrity, data privacy, digital divide, faculty resistance, and the impact of plagiarism concerns, students' data risk, and unequal access need to training. So and this topic, so I'm just a minute. Hmm. The challenges are there, several challenges in using AI in education. Issues like plagiarism and data privacy, AI content detection are the major concerns. So digital divide creates unequal access to technology. Faculty members also need a proper training of this. And the last topic on my PPT, the conclusion. So conclusion in the based of some points, there's AI is reshaping higher education worldwide.
AI supports innovation, accessibility, and smart learning. Ethical governance and digital literacy are essentials. So, human-centered education must remain the priority. So, conclusion is going on the in conclusion, AI is transforming higher education in the many positive ways. It creates new opportunities in teaching and research area also. AI supports innovation and accessibility. However, ethical should be always remain the priority. So thank you everyone for your valuable time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Agam and Mr. Agam and Dr. Mayak for the presentation. So it is clear that AI isn't just a tool for classroom, but also fundamentally important in rewiring the scene of education. So for the coming presentation, I would like to welcome Josmit Kaur, CRC Head from Amity Law School, Amity Law University, India. So please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you play my PPT? Can you share that?
Yeah, please share it.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. It is a privilege to present my research paper titled Cultural Ethnology and Communication, Lessons from Bhata Mimasa Tradition. I'm Jasmeet Kaur. I'm from Amity Law School, and I'm heading the Corporate Resource Center of Amity Law School, Noida, in India. And through this presentation, I will briefly discuss how an ancient Indian philosophical tradition can offer valuable insights for modern communication studies. So in my first slide, I have shown the introduction. This paper looks at the relationship between the culture, knowledge, and communication. Most communication theories taught globally are based on Western thinkers. While these theories are important, many non-Western traditions have received little attention. My paper focuses on one such tradition, that is Bhatta Mimamsa school, founded by Marilla Bhatta around 7th century CE. The central argument of this paper is that Bhatta Mimamsa offers a complete and sophisticated model of communication that is still relevant today, especially in discussions around misinformation, media credibility, and multicultural communication. Next slide. To understand the theory, we first need to have a look at the little bit of the historical background. The Mimamsa school began with the Mimamsa Sutras of Jamani. Later, Madhi Mata developed what today is known as Bhatta school. One important idea in this tradition is that language and verbal testimony are powerful source of knowledge. One important idea in this tradition is that language and verbal testimony are important. Another important idea is that communication is not simply transferring information. Meaning is created through interpretation, context, and shared understanding. These ideas may sound modern, but they were discussed in Indian philosophy more than 1,000 years ago. Next slide, please. The first core concept is Shabd Bodh, which means understanding through language. According to this theory, communication happens in stages. First, we hear sounds. Then, we understand individual words. Finally, we grasp the meaning of the complete sentence. What is interesting here is that the listener is not passive. The listener actively participates in creating meaning. This idea is very close to the modern concept of active audience theories in communication studies. Next slide, please. Vivaksha. The second concept of Vivaksha or the speaker's intention. Bhatta Mimamsa says that intention is central to meaning. Words alone are not enough. We must understand what the speaker wished to convey. However, unlike Western theories that focuses only on the psychology or the personal intention, this tradition also connects communication with the ethics and responsibility. In simple words, communication is not just about speaking effectively, it also means about speaking responsibly. Next slide, please. Fifth. The third concept is prakarna, meaning context. This theory explains that meaning always depends upon the context, such as time, place, topic, and the situation. For example, a same sentence can carry different meanings in different situations. Bhatta thinkers even developed systematic method to interpret context correctly. This is especially relevant today when short online messages are often misunderstood because the context is missing. Next, please. The fourth concept is Shabda Pramana, that means verbal testimony as a source of knowledge. The theory says that communication is generally accepted as valid unless there is a reason to reject it. This is very important in today's digital world. We constantly receive information through news, social media, and online platforms. The Bhatta approach suggests that trust is built not only through individual reputation, but also through strong communication, communities, and shared standard of interpretation. Next, please. Comparing Bhatta Mimamsa with major Western communication theories, we find one major difference that Western theories often focus on the individual speaker, while the Bhatta Mimamsa gives equal importance to community, ethics, and shared understanding. Another difference is that this Indian framework combines meaning, interpretation, and moral responsibility together rather than treating them separately. Next, please. Based on these four concepts, the paper proposes an indigenous communication model. The model views as rational, community-based, context-sensitive, and ethically guided. In this framework, communication is not simply an exchange of information. It is a socially and interpretive process that connects people through shared meaning. Next slide, please. So now I come to the practical relevance of this theory. First, it helps us rethink media credibility. Instead of blindly trusting authority, it encourages communities to evaluate information collectively and responsibly. Second, it provides insight into digital misinformation. Fake news spreads not only because the people are careless, but also because system of trust and interpretation breaks down. Third, it is useful in multicultural communication because it highlights the importance of understanding cultural context before interpreting meaning. Next slide, please. So this research paper is also a part of a large academic discussion on decolonizing communication studies. The goal is not to reject Western theories, but to create a more inclusive global discipline where non-Western knowledge systems are also recognized. Bhatta Mimamsa shows that Indian intellectual traditions have deep and valuable contributions to make in communication theories. Last slide, please. To conclude, this paper presents four important concepts from Bhatta Mimamsa: Shabdabodh, Vivaksa, Prakarna, and Shabd Pranam. Together, they offer a rich and balanced model of communication based on meaning, context, ethics, and trust. These ideas are not just historical concepts. They can help us address modern challenges also. such as misinformation, cultural misunderstanding, and declining public trust in communication systems. Thank you very much for your time and listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thank you, Mrs. Kaur, for presenting and enriching our dialogue today. Your discussion from Vata Mimamsa tradition has added another brick on the Asia-centric communication discourse. So now I call Mr. Himesh Vyas, who is a PhD scholar from SSMFE Sarda University, to present. So
thank you so much, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. So I, Himesh Vyas, from Sharda School of Media, Film and Entertainment, Sharda University, and I'm here to present my research paper, and I'm sharing my paper with you. So the topic of my research is Sahridayata and empathetic communication, bridging classical Indian aesthetics with intercultural and modern media studies. It is very important to understand that how Indian aesthetics and the classical works are there. Here I'm presenting in seminar for the contributions of Professor Nirmala Adhikary. And when we talk about Sahridayata and everything, let me introduce the topic by I have identified some gaps in Western communication theory. When we talk about the Western communication models, there are tens of models, which starts from Aristotle to Laswell model to Shannon Weaver and Burroughs and everything. But what they are lacking, so what they miss, and Shannon Weaver, when we talk about model, it misses the affective and emotional dimensions of communication. Likewise, the Burroughs SMCR model also missing the spiritual and aesthetic resonance. So later, the constructivist models also came into existence, but they were all lacking the rich traditions of non-Western communication philosophy. It was more focused on how West was understanding the communication and all of its aspects. So when we talk about Sahridayata, it's a Sanskrit word, we all know it. So one who shares a heart, Sahridayata. So who has sympathetic heart. So I suppose you all understand the meaning of this. And there are been the roots in Indian aesthetics where it was grounded in Bharata Muni's Natya Shastra and philosophies of Abhinav Gupta and Anand Vardhana. So communication works as a transformation. So envisions communication as a relational, transformative process, not mere transition. And there has been contemporary development in it. And Nirmala Adhikari's Sadharanikaran model of communication positions Sahridayata as the ideal goal of the communication process. And when we talk about the global relevance of this thing, then particularly generative for understanding the intercultural communication and digital era empathy. So when I went through the literature of it, and there I have seen the classical foundations of Rasa, Dvani, and Sahridayata. When we talk about Bharata Muni's contribution, then Natya Shastra came in 2nd BC around. So that brought us to the Rasa theory, the essence of aesthetic experiences, where we talked about emotional, relational, and intersubjective form. Anand Vardhana, when we talk about it, talks about the Dvani, suggestive meaning beyond explicit words. Dvani means more than just the words. So then Abhinav Gupta, he discussed about Sahridayata and gave theory about it. So Sahridayata brings cultivated affective capacity to co-create meaning. And there I have understood the literature of it by analyzing some papers and when we analyze some papers there I have found the Carl Rogers person-centered empathy model. And the model talked about empathetic understanding, perceiving others' internal frame of reference, unconditional positive regard, and congruence. Congruence means the similarity which we found in people which we encountered. But there were recent extensions which I have seen in it. And when we talk about it, I have found some objectives in it, and the objectives of the research is examining the philosophical foundations of Sahridayata within classical Indian aesthetic theory, particularly Rasa and Dvani traditions, which I talked earlier. And when we talk about the applicability of it, then exploring Sahridayata as a framework for understanding empathetic and intercultural communication in contemporary context, and comparing Sahajata with Western frameworks of empathetic communication, particularly Rogers' personal-centered model, and assessing the potential of Sahajata as an indigenous theoretical alternative contributing to the decolonization of global communication scholarship. And when we talk about the research methodology, and I have to be really honest, I have just used the qualitative interpreting research design where I'm understanding the philosophical dimensions, not measuring the outcomes. First one is the textual analysis, where the analysis of Sanskrit treatises, which we talked about, Bharat Muni's Natyashastra, Abhinav Gupta's and Anand Vardhana's. I have understood it through the secondary scholarly literature which was published. Next is comparative philosophy, which is about Rogers and Zhang in novels. And then the secondary data analysis through the papers which I have analyzed. When we talk about the results and discussions of it, the key finding here is Sahajata is not a quality of individual sensitivity, it's a relational intersubjective state. When active co-creation, which we talk about, the Sahajata brings their own affective and aesthetic capacities to the encounter. Both parties co-create the communicative event as a site of genuine shared experiences. And where challenges which we have seen in Western models are challenges the sender-receiver binary anticipates, the transitional models, and they just goes about, but goes further by specific the aesthetic and affective dimensions. Rasa has affective content which we have found. It has some affective dimensions like the emotions also. It is taking into account the emotions. And Dhwani is a bridge between the cross-cultural communications. So Adhikary sir's model, 2024 SMC argues that communication is attaining Sahajata, shared emotional consciousness, transcend unequal relationships through sharing bhava rasa in a continuum, not just understanding what someone means, genuinely resonating with their emotional world. So SMC's application in literature, we have seen it, and that's the results and discussions. And when we compare the Rogers model and Sahajata has some edge over it because it is talking about the classical Indian aesthetic philosophy, Rasa and Dhwani, which is not just only humanistic or individualistic approach which Western tradition used to have. And when we talk about the nature of empathy, then cognitive affective thing were talked about in Rogers' model, but relational state co-emerging in both parties. So the goal of communication is that perceiving client's internal frame of reference accurately, but Sahajata focuses on shared emotional consciousness transforming both the parties. The cultural orientation also, you can see it, and the shared strengths are there. There have been some limitations. In Rogers' models, there are limitations of struggling with the cultural differences, which is cognitive focus only, and largely theoretical evidence based so far on empirical studies on Sahajata. So results and discussions are given here, and there are some use and relevance of it in digital storytelling, journalism, ethics, social media, and intercultural. And when we talk about the conclusion of it, inside data is a theoretical framework, we can use it, and it is distinctive and different from the Rogers model of empathy, which we discussed earlier. And they have their own cultural empathy, which is cultivated through affective openness and aesthetic sensibility. And the decolonial contribution also, we have seen that validates indigenous Indian theoretical traditions as legitimate, equal contributions to global communication scholarship, a step toward pluriversal communication theory. So here are a few recommendations. I think we can understand it, and the references I have taken from the published literature. So that is all my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Himes sir. Indeed, the concept of Saridayata reminds us that true communication is actually the transfer of feeling. It is not just about the words we say, but also the oneness of heart that allows the words to be understood in the same spirits that were intended. So, moving on, I'd like to request Mr. Ken Swedi, a PhD research scholar from UOLMC Kathmandu University, to present his notes as the commentator for the recent 3 presentations. So, sir, now the floor is open to you.
Hello. Am I audible now? Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I would like to wish birthday Happy birthday to our professor, Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, on his 50th birthday. Like, I hope our celebration will also contribute to the academics. So first, I would like to comment on the first paper written by Mr. Agam Kumar Barma and Dr. Mehak Zanjua. The paper titled Transforming Higher Education Through Artificial Intelligence, Pedagogical Innovation, Research Evolution, and Institutional Challenges. This is a paper which they have just presented, and it offers a broad and timely discussion on the growing integration of AI within higher education systems. Because AI has been spoken a lot in recent times, and its use in academic is also increasing. So in this regard, the paper which they have presented on the topic is itself a broad and timely discussion. The paper positions AI as a transformative force, influencing pedagogy, academic research, institutional governance, and educational accessibility. And I found that one of the major strengths of the paper lies in its interdisciplinary orientation, like combining educational theory, technological transformation, and ethical critique within a single analytical framework. So another strength of the paper which I found is that it emphasizes on the human implications of AI integration rather than limiting the discussion to the technological efficiency alone. So most of the time, what we find is that when we talk about AI, we talk about the technicalities, how it can be implemented technically. But this paper captures the human implications of AI along with the technological efficiency also. So the AI-driven educational systems are not merely administrative or computational tools, but also they are capable of reshaping the relations between between educators, learners, and institutions. So these concepts are, presented in the paper, and the discussion surrounding ethical concerns like algorithmic bias, surveillance, academic dishonesty, and digital inequality is also particularly relevant in the current academic scene. So I found the literature review is very rich, very comprehensive, and effectively organized into the thematic subsections dealing with pedagogy, research transformation, and institutional ethics. So the researchers have well identified the research gap regarding the emotional, professional, and human dimensions of AI integration. So this is the contribution. Like, I found this contribution very significant because it captures the emotional, professional, and human dimensions of the AI. Like how we can still be critical while we apply AI tools. So this is very new and unique thing. So the talking about the limitation of the paper, like I found it is dependent heavily on the secondary sources. So there are limitations in that regard, like original empirical contributions could also be there, but there is a heavy reliance on the secondary sources. The next thing is that the paper repeatedly summarizes existing literature but does not critically interrogate competing perspectives, contradictions, or deeper theoretical implications. So the literature is quite rich. There is different sources are brought, but if there would be more contradictions, more deeper implications, that would further make the research article a bit rich. So while going through the research paper, I found a few grammatical inconsistencies and awkward sentence structures which require editorial refinement. I think that will be done in the due process. So overall, I found that the research article is very much relevant. It has topical significance and broad scholarly awareness. So after some revision and clear conceptual alignment, I think the study has the potential to contribute meaningfully to the ongoing discussions regarding the future of AI in higher education. So this is my observation and like some comment on Mr. Agam Kumar Barma and Dr. Mehak Zanjua's transforming higher education to AI. So I found this very much relevant in today's field, like how AI is applicable, how AI speeds up the work, how the feedback can be taken through the AI, or how automation can work, how large language models are also working and they are contributing to the research. So I found this very much useful, and the article is very much rich also. So I want to go into the second article uh, written by Jasmeet Kaur, the title Cultural and Lessons from the Bhatta Mimamsa Tradition. So this is the second article which I am talking about. So this paper is also very significant and intellectually ambitious because it attempts to bring the Bhatta Mimamsa tradition into dialogue with the contemporary communication theory. So bringing Bhatta Mimamsa in contemporary communication theory is a quite ambitious project. So I appreciate the paper's effort to decolonize communication studies by foregrounding indigenous epistemological frameworks that have historically remained marginal within the globally dominant Western theoretical paradigms, like is discussed just now, like concepts such as Sabda Bodha, Vivaksha, Prakrana, Sabda Pramana. They possess substantial theoretical depth and contemporary issues and contemporary relevance, especially in debates concerning interpretation, media credibility, communicative ethics, and epistemic trust. And the paper is commendable for its interdisciplinary comparative framework because there is engagement of a lot of thinkers like Hans Georg Gadamer, J.L. Austin, Paul Breese, and Jürgen Habermas. Uh, so, bringing butter tradition is not a peripheral curiosity now, but is a philosophically rigorous system capable of contributing meaningfully to the global communication discourse. So, so so the argument in this paper that Bhatta Mimamsa, it offers a processual and relational understanding of communication rather than a merely transmissive model. So rather than like linear sender-receiver frameworks inherited from Shannon and Weaver, there are many new very progressive concepts like processual and relational. So there is a methodological clarity in the paper also. So like the paper asserts that concepts like Sota Pramanya can eliminate present-day epistemic crisis, yet it does not sufficiently explain how these concepts may operate in secular algorithm-driven communication environments for fundamentally different from ritual textual traditions. So the thing is that Sota Pramanya, this is a concept, but how it can be operated in secular present day algorithm driven communication environment, I think a bit more explanation or description is required while merging these ideas. So overall the paper is valuable scholarly contribution that successfully expands the scope of communication theory beyond Eurocentric frameworks. So most of the communication models are Eurocentric, but Bhatta Mimamsa tradition, bringing in Bhatta Mimamsa concepts, this breaks the Eurocentric tradition. Its greatest contribution lies in the demonstrating the Bhatta Mimamsa not as a historical or religious system of interpretation, but a sophisticated epistemological tradition with contemporary theoretical significance. So I think this will open up a space for future comparative and interdisciplinary research. So this is my observation. So I have gone through these two papers only. So I am not able to comment on the third one. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Ken Subedi, for your valuable notes and observation. So for the upcoming three presentations, we have Alok Lamsal sir, lecturer at Department of Languages and Mass Communications in Kathmandu University School of Arts. As for the first presenter of this segment, I would like to welcome Uma Ramanathan, advocate, mediator trainer, and the organizing secretary of Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center, High Court, Madras. I present the floor open to you.
Thank you. It's a real honor to be part of this great celebration and felicitation for our great professor. I'm actually a lawyer who was trained as a mediator, and I do conflict resolution, and I train people, mostly lawyers, as mediators. And because of the conflict resolution skills that have been imparted, I felt that it was inadequate. And last year, I happened to come across this Sagaradaya concept and contacted Professor Nirmala Adhikary and got a glimpse into this world. And I'm honored to be part of this because I'm still in the process of learning and application of this process in conflict resolution. Now, what has always amazed me is the amount of knowledge that our Indian knowledge systems has as far as perception and cognition is concerned. We have always thought of any knowledge as something that we learn or acquire, but our knowledge systems automatically tell us that every time we talk about knowledge, it is not just what you acquire, but it is what you sense, what you feel also. This is especially true of conflict resolution, because when parties come into conflict resolution, what they see is what they feel is a lot of anger and frustration, and they are always looking at means to get what they want. In fact, this morning when I was listening to a podcast, what I heard was that people come into a negotiation saying that let's talk something so that there is a win-win situation. And when they say that itself, it means that somebody is trying to maximize. So when I look at communication, what I see here is, I mean, we look at it as VAC, but what I see here is that the vibrations that are set off because of this communication or whatever is trying to be expressed. Now, when I say this, what am I trying to say? What I am trying to say is that knowledge itself is not just about acquiring something. It is also how we have stored it in our memory, how we have felt it, and how we react to what we feel and what we connect with our memory. So what we see as true or what we see as false may not be really what is true or false, but it is from that point of view that we are reacting and we are communicating also. So that is why the concept of saying the concept of looking at it as Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana becomes very, very important. When I say concept of Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana, what do I mean? What I mean is that, are we really listening? Most of the time in communication, what we are talking about is a person being a passive or a person being aggressive or a person trying to understand the intention or trying to get the ideas that are being communicated. But is this an authentic? What sounds go into our ear is only for a reaction or what we are preparing to say in reply. So there's no authentic listening at all. So the first thing that I felt in conflict resolution was that we have to learn about actual Shravana, actual or authentic listening. And only if there is a reflection on that, then there will be a point where they will move from their positions. When I say positions, why do I say that? Because when people come into conflict resolution, what they are looking at is a win for themselves, or as I said, a maximization. But when they say maximization, and when they are presenting it from their point of view, what they are doing is trying to win the other over. So it's, as Bhartahari says, is there a purpose in what they are saying? Is there an interconnection in the sentence that is being said? Is there something that is of relevance to the other person for them to introspect and for them to reflect? Most often it is not there. So I feel that communication, what is taught as communication and what is, what shall I say, a training in communication has to be something that helps people to connect with the other person, have a purpose in what they are saying, so that what comes as a reply is only a reply to the purpose and not to the emotion. So when I say that, what do I mean? Because whenever two people, when there is an interpersonal communication, most often there is an expectancy. And how they look at it, how they, even the tone or what is said, how they understand it. So unless this person is able to say it in a manner in which the other person is able to relate to it. That is why the Sadharnikaran model is very, very important. Unless the speaker and the listener have a resonance, they are on the same wavelength. They are not looking at it as something that they can overlook. Unless they are prepared to understand the intention or understand the consequences of what is being said, there will not be appropriate understanding or a real cognition of what is being tried to be expressed. And that is why it's very, very important to also understand. When I was looking at various things, I understood that when Sulabha says about what is proper communication, she talks about, of course, she talks about subtlety, about listing and all that. But overall, what does she try to say? There must be clarity, there must be a clear intention, and there must be an order in which it is said. So that to the idea of, when I said proper authentic listening, I felt that this listening has to be more about where does this come from? Because when I say listening or when I say speaking, where does this come from? It's a thought. First, when I want to say something or when I have an idea which I want to communicate to the other person, be it to my spouse, be it to my employee, be it to my colleague, what am I trying to do? I have an idea and I want to express it. So, first, there is an intellectual consciousness. And once the intellectual consciousness transforms into an impulse to speak only, there will be an expression. So, what I see in my mind is an idea. I have visualized it. There's a desire to speak, but how am I going to express it? So, when it gets verbalized, what happens is there is an understanding, there is a cognition, and there is a sort of a power which is being transmitted. So that's I felt that more of understanding Abhinava Gupta's theory also comes into play here, because when he says Srishti, Sthiti, and Samhara, there is creation, there is a process where it germinates, where it unfolds, then there is a process where it takes a shape. So it's very important that we, in communication, in any form, whether it is business communication or in any other context, what has to be understood is that we have to understand the thought process, we have to understand the context, we have to understand the place and time, and all that would be based on emotions also. So it's very important to understand what kind of, that is why Sadharnikaran plays a great role here. Professor Nirmala Adhikary talks about bhava. It's a first sensation. I'm always trying to protect my space. I'm always trying to see that I am looked at as the best. So my emotions there have a great role in the kind of word structure that I express. So it's very, very important to first understand my emotions and project kind of situation where the other person will understand my emotions. To do that, it is very important not only to understand the situation, it is also in a toleration for the emotional differences of different mind states, and there must be what shall I say, an ability to understand and to be respectful of the other person's emotional states. So this plays a great part in the Sadharnikal model, because once the bhava is recognized, what happens is the coding and decoding happens, and then all the barriers or all the sheets that prevent from a proper understandings are removed. And what started as a creation moves into the place where it flowers into a proper expression. So it's very important that we not only understand in conflict resolution, especially, I feel that we not only understand that communication is not just a transmission of information. It is more about the need in the expression, the context in which it is said, and the potential in the expression. And for that, the Shabda Vyapara is also to be understood. Of course, there's a whole huge topic on that. And all that I want to say is that unless a person is conscious of the rasa, is able to experience that emotion, there won't be a proper understanding or association of meaning, or capturing the expectancy and getting the full context of what is being said. So, as I said, it is based on the resonance. So, when I say resonance, there must be a spectator, there must be an ability to see it as the same, there must be an emotional response, and there must be an ability to overcome the what shall I say, sheets that cover proper understanding. And I think Sadharnikaran lays the foundation for this kind of understanding in conflict resolution. Once there is a rasaswada, what happens is there is an ability to take the first step. Not think of just win-win, but think of how we are able to join to resolve the situation, to find a space which can bring peace to both. And I think this is just a first step in the use of the Sadharnikaran model in conflict resolution. And I would be grateful for all inputs and all sharings which could help us to build a very effective model. As Professor Nullamani once told me when we were talking, he said, this is an idea which will have to be developed. And I'm grateful for this opportunity because I became so excited by this and I was communicating with Professor. And I thank him and thank all the organizers for this opportunity to express some of my ideas about how this could be taken forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ramanathan, for your perspective from the field of advocacy and law, where you have thoughtfully connected the Indian knowledge traditions with contemporary communication theory. The discussion on consciousness, resonance, and shared understanding has offered a perspective on communication as an empathetic and holistic process. So, after the next presentation, we will have the commentator, and he will surely share his remarks as well. So, next we have Mr. Sushil Gautam, who is a PhD scholar, PhD research scholar from Department of Languages and Mass Communication, Kathmandu University School of Arts, to present. And the topic of his presentation is Nirmal Madi Adhikary's Leadership in Paradigm Shifts, examining transformative roles in political, cultural, and social spheres. Mr. Gautam, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Samir. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to share my slides. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to wish our Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary for his 50th Golden Jubilee. And I'm so glad to be a participant of this webinar. And I'm also thankful for Dr. Nirmala Adhikary because his birthday has provided us this huge platform to talk about our indigenous knowledge system. Most of the presenters have been talking about Nepal's indigenous or let's say Asia-centric or Nepal's indigenous knowledge system. So one of the presentation is on the Dr. Nirmala Adhikary is done by me. So Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary's leadership in paradigm shift, examining transformative roles in political, cultural, and social spheres. So this is the topic of my presentation. And since I don't have much time, so I will be skipping some of the parts. This is the outline of my research, my presentation: introduction, literature review, research designs, findings, discussion, conclusion, and references. So let's get into the introduction. So role of a thinker in transforming a society. They always play a huge role in transforming a society because their exploration of their own civilization and cultural assets always gives a way to transform the society. And in this slide, what we can understand is Nepal is on the verge of transformation, and who has played the prominent role matters a lot. And at the conclusion part, I will be discussing more how Dr. Adhikary's work has given the fuel to the transformation process. And in this part, the paradigm shift means that the whole way of thinking is reconstructed. And Dr. Adhikary's work, one of the major works, has given the fuel to reconstruct the thinking pattern of Nepalese and also many institutions of Nepal, where Nepal is heading to. So, and his works have created a new discourses. And the last one, the transition from a paradigm in the crisis to a new one from which a new tradition of a normal science can emerge, is far from the cumulative process. It is is rather a reconstruction of the field. Totally new fundamentals have been created because of Dr. Nirmala Adhikary's work. So my research research question is, how have Nirmala Adhikary's leadership contributed to paradigm shift in political, cultural, and social spheres? So my approach is qualitative and descriptive analysis. I have dealt with the secondary resources, and the sampling is purposive. So my findings are: it has offered an indigenous alternative paradigm grounded in Nepali historical and cultural realities, harmony and cooperation in social changes, and energized multicultural identity and fostered Saharideta, brought classical indigenous knowledge into contemporary life. So I have taken only 4 major works, 2 theories and 2 different conferences of the major program, which was enacted by Dr. Nirmala Adhikary. So 2 theories. First theory is the pre-state, it's a state-nation theory. And before the state-nation theory, what was the condition? It was the dominant paradigm was from the nation-state theory. And the heightened example was Nepal's then-time Deputy Prime Minister claimed that Nepal is a multinational state. And it was the dominant discourse at that time, that most of the political parties and institutions and even public discourses, they always used to talk about that Nepal is a multinational state. So it was a dominant discourse that time, and the theory itself was outdated. Even the country, even the location where it started. So it was from Westphalia, and according to Dasgupta, so it was imported ideology from Westphalia and was being one of the dominant narrative at that time. But after the theory, state-nation theory by Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, what happened? So impact of the state-nation theory is it has created an alternative discourse in the beginning. So more than 3 dozens programs, newspaper articles, and public forums, most of them, they were talking about Nepal is not a nation-state, but it is a state-nation. So this is how it started, and the when the dominant paradigm of nation state was from the deputy prime minister. At that time, Nepal was almost the most of the public discourses, they used to talk about demarcation of Nepal's federal system based on the identity. So they were talking about either to have 21 states or 14 states or 12 states in this way, but there were no any alternative or the solution of the almost we're heading to the ethnic conflict. So there was no solution, but Rajya Rashtra or the state nation theory, it has provided a solution, and this solution gave at that time the state nation gave the solution to the identity based politics that time. So this is how one major problem of identity politics was almost solved. Now if we look at the parliament at this time, there is very little number of the MPs or the member of parliaments who advocate Nepal as a multi-nation state. So what we can claim is the theory, state nation theory, has almost eradicated. There are some voices still left, but almost eradicated the dominant paradigm of nation state. So this is one major contribution by Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, and the other one is let's move into the first. What was the condition before the statodynamic progressivism was developed? So there was. Most of us know that 10 years the conflict, Maoist conflict, was founded on the dialectical materialism. So it took 17,000 life, and most of the people and most of the public discourses were either to how to solve the problem from the Maoist insurgency, but there were no any scholarly or any theory that countered that in the fundamental level dialectical materialism is wrong. So it was Dr. Nirmala Adhikary who gave a theory that in a theoretical level it countered the dialectical materialism. It was not only the effect, but it has attacked on the root cause. So the problem, because of the dialectical materialism, it was also imported from the Germany. It was the dominant paradigm. If we look at that time in the parliament, most of the member of parliament were from or advocating the dialectical materialism. So there was no any alternative discourse in this regard. So one, it was the reason of one of the reason of Nepal's political instability was the dialectical materialism. Based on that, there was many political political parties, most of them communist and socialist, and they were just giving and taking, playing games. So it created a political instability. So at that time, it was not only on the effect side, but Dr. Adhikary's theory gave the solution of the root cause. So impact of statodynamic progressivism, what happened later. So it has created that development can be achieved from harmony and also cooperation. So social changes can happen, but with the balanced approach. It's not like one becomes dominant and other becomes it's like a binary approach. The most of the dialectical materialism, it was based on the dialectical approach, but the statodynamic progressivism gave the idea, the theory, so that we can achieve a progress from harmony and also the cooperation between two parties. So so this was a major achievement, and it was also contextual. So it is rooted in Nepal's or also Eastern civilization. So it was he created this the statodynamic progressivism created such collective consciousness. If we look today's parliament, the election from 2026 parliament, so there is very little amount of the member of parliament who advocate that dialectical materialism is the final solution of Nepal's existing problem. So somehow it has solved the problem which is outdated. The theory was outdated, so the outdated theory created a problem, and the statodynamic progressivism created the solution of the problem. So two major achievement, Dr. Nirmala Adhikary has already done it, and these two things, it is related. It's not about the theory, but it's a function. So what was the condition before the Rashtriya Dharmika Sahayata Sammelan and also the World Sanskrit Day? So condition of indigenous culture and heritage was in a defensive mode. So whoever talks about, especially in Nepal, whoever talks about their cultural identities has to be in a defensive mode, that he wanted to, or she wanted to hide his own cultural identity or dharmic identity, and in order to show that they are modern, they have to hide it and then become like, oh, I'm a humanist, I don't believe in this religion or that religion. In that way, they used to present themselves. So, and there was a prevalent. The attack against Sanskrit language was prevalent. Most of the so-called scholars, they used to claim that the Sanskrit language is a dead language and it doesn't have any future, stuff like that. So, but later something different happened, so we'll talk about later. And the single religious identity, there was two different segments before. For example, one, in order to show they are modern, they needed to hide their own religious identity, and the other extremist way that single religious identity was the Nepal's identity. So they were claiming Nepal is this country, and the other group of people, they wanted to hide their own identity. So this was the problem, and there was lacking of a common platform for the dialogues, and there was a mistrust between dharmic communities. So after Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, he started Rashtriya Dharmik Saritita Sammelan in 2019. So cooperation and harmonious relations between indigenous religious identities started. And they used to come together, they used to talk, they used to create the dialogue between give and take. So this is how they started, finding a common ground. And the World Sanskrit Day also started in 2019, and that gave a revival of Sanskrit language. And those people who were claiming that the Sanskrit language is a dead language now is being defensive. So, and also Rajyarashtra and Sthiti Gatyatmak Pragatibada, those two books are also published in Sanskrit. So no one can claim that Sanskrit is a dead language, because it has even today we are being the major theories are being published in Sanskrit language. So no one can claim that Sanskrit is a dead language as they used to claim. So two theories and two different programs, they have created a huge impact. So in a conclusion, what we can understand here is indigenous knowledge system, indigenous knowledge always wins the acceptance, and it sustains in the long run, and collective consciousness has been mobilized because of Dr. Nirmala Adhikary's work, and a new dominant paradigm is emerging. If we look at Nepal's Prime Minister's oath recently, his ceremony was almost resembled like Nepal's cultural ceremony. So he has used the Dr. Nirmala Adhikary's theory and the notion of the theory in the highest position of Nepal's state. So and since he is a young prime minister and he has a huge fan followers, and one single day has promoted Nepal's knowledge system to almost 30 million people. So what we can claim here, Dr. Adhikary's work has done tremendous work from the head of the state to the general public. He has bridged how Nepal's indigenous knowledge system can be dominant in Nepal. So this is my presentation, and these are some references. If you have any questions, I would like to happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Susil Gautam. It is true that Dr. Adhikary's theory isn't just about academic change, it's also about decolonization of knowledge. His leadership has paved the way for scholars in the global south to look toward Himalayan wisdom as a valid and scientific framework for the future. So, as for the third presenter of this segment, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Pradip Lamichhane sir, a PhD research scholar at the Department of Languages and Mass Communication, Kathmandu University School of Arts, to present his research titled Revisiting Nirmal Mani Adhikary's Philosophy of Education and Learning, a Critical Analysis. So, Mr. Pradip Lamichhane sir, the floor is open to you.
Okay, thank you, Shreya. Thank you, everyone. It's me, Pradip Lamichhane. I'm currently involved as an associate professor of Tribhuvan University, and I myself is also involved in Kathmandu University as a PhD research scholar. I want to share my slide here, please. Shreya, please, if it is there here.
Okay, sir, I'll ask.
Okay, let me. Okay, I think it has been shared from my side. Today, my topic is revisiting Nirmal Mani Adhikary's philosophy of education and learning. This topic has been provided to me by the professor himself. And after having reviewed the available existing literature, I have come to draw some conclusion about Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary's philosophy of education and learning. At present, education and learning has been widely discussed. There is no single definition of education, and people often talk about multiple issues and concerns of learning. What is education? What are the purposes of education? What is the essence of education? And what are the dimensions, core elements, characteristics, nature, and the values of education that has been widely discussed, because as the time is shifting and changing, there are multiple debates, and sometimes we are facing the illusions, confusions, and debates regarding the significance, worth, and definition of education. In this light, or at this pretext, I have viewed and analyzed Dr. Adhikary's philosophy of education and learning that have been well presented in some of his television interviews, or in other newspaper articles, or in most of the statements as well. And collecting those available existing literature, I have developed the ideas here. Uh, According to Dr. Adhikary, education is not only for making one literate. There are the three stages of making one educated. First of all, the journey of education begins from making one literate. Then we have to make the person educated. And the final stage of educating or providing education to someone is making the person truly wise. It means that education begins from Sakshar. The second stage is educated Shikshit, and the final stage is truly wise. And according to Professor in his statements, education is not only for collecting knowledge. Education is not a banking system where a person collects information, where a person is imposed by someone else. In this idea, Dr. Adhikari is similar to most of the educationists or theorists who often talk about the concept of existentialism. That's why these three terms, literate, educated, and truly wise, this shows the upgrade moment of educating someone. And education should be for understanding of life, not merely for earning a living. And Dr. Adhikari, in his research articles, in his interviews, he has introduced 7 basic elements of original education. As a true follower of original education or Maulik education, Dr. Adhikari clearly states that every education must contain these 7 elements: the nature of education, the characteristic features of education, and the content of education may differ from society to society, sometimes from the need of country to country, but every education that we want to provide to our learner, that must contain these 7 elements, and these 7 elements have been put in a proper rank as these have been prescribed by Dr. Adhikari. They are reading ability, writing ability, mathematical skills, research, invention, innovation, and ethics. And Dr. Adhikari clearly states that reading ability, writing ability, and mathematical skills, these 3 elements are only for making one literate. If we want to remove the illiteracy, we can make one get able to read, write, and solve mathematical issues. But if a country wants development, if we want to catch the speed of progress, every country and every education that must combine these 3 elements, the elements of 4, 5, 6. They are research, invention, and innovation. Education without research, invention, and innovation cannot sustain and continue any civilization. Whenever taking the reference of civilizational war, Dr. Adhikari clearly states that if any civilization does not give priority to research, invention, and innovation, the civilization may be unable to compete with other. It means that Dr. Adhikari says that in the past, in Hindu civilization, the gurus and others, they gave priority to research, invention, and innovation, but these activities have been denied at present in Eastern society. That's why, because of research, invention, and innovation, the Western communities, they are leaping forward. And the 7th element is ethics. If education lacks ethics, education without morality, education without ethics, education without adherence to social values and culture will no more be education. That's why these 7 elements have been developed and prescribed by Dr. Adhikari as the core element of original education. And while talking about the nature of education, I have found these 4 elements in Dr. Adhikari's writings or literature. First of all, what is the core nature of education? Dr. Adhikari clearly states that every education must be progressive and community specific. The education that we provide to our learners, that must be based on community values. And Dr. Adhikari, in his writing, he clearly states that education should not be limited to classroom activities alone. If the teacher provides some information and students will depend only on that information, that sort of education does not result in self progress of students. That's why education must be beyond the classroom activities and classroom learning. It means that education must be always supporting to individual to follow and continue the culture and all these things. And even today most of the papers have been included about the indigenous knowledge, and Dr. Adhikary has developed so many theories on indigenous knowledge. That's why his another concept is that education must be rooted in indigenous knowledge. Blind imitation of foreign models erases knowledge of local soils, herbs, geography, and all these things. And whenever someone gets knowledge, the person must be able to answer to the question that who am I and what defines my society. And the last concept is holistic in scope. Every education must be holistic in its scope. It means that education must embrace research, invention, innovation, and morality. And these are the nature of education. And while talking about characteristic of education, Dr. Adhikary has prescribed four things. Every education must drive everyone for their preserving and continuing their identity. Who am I? Where do I belong? What is my national identity? What am I born for? And what are the essence of my existence on earth? That must be well supported by education and skill oriented. Education must make one skilled. If a person gets and collects skill through education, the person can sell himself in the market, and this kind of practical skills will enable person to be sellable in this uh, commodified market. And next one is value based education must foster sensitivity towards society and the natural world. And this another thing is technology. Dr. Adhikary, whenever we got opportunity to be there at Kathmandu University as well, Dr. Adhikary has always given priority to three things. Research is one element. Next one is invention and innovation. That's why without technology, no education cannot survive. Every new idea, every new development, every new thought and opinions, that will always be reflected in technology. And if any education fails to adopt, agree, and continue that technological development or advancement, that education cannot compete with others, and that sort of education will be void one. That's why in his conversation, in his philosophy, or in his ideas of education and learning, Dr. Adhikary has given equal value and importance to all these four characteristics of education, that are education must be identity driven, education must be based on skill, it must preserve and continue social values, and education must respect, follow, and regard every technology that society and market develops in the frame of changing time. And next one is Dr. Adhikary seems much more sensitive and aware about the relationship between education, culture, and nationality. Last time as well, Sushil ji, he also talked about the relationship between education and nationality. While talking about the present scenario of Nepal, Dr. Adhikary seems worried about the context of Nepal. In the context of Nepal, so many youths, they are dreaming for going abroad. They have dreamed their presence in Western societies. In such a context, Adhikary clearly states that if any education fails to contain its well-educated citizens in their own nation, that education will no more be useful. That's why there is one statement that I have collected here. Due to a lack of values in education, corruption, disrespect, and selfishness have increased in a society. Morality, honesty, and compassion must be mandatory in education. Being responsible towards one's family, society, and nation is the true hallmark of being educated. It means an educated person must be capable, must be sensitive, and must be attentive to respect family, society, and nation where a person is born. That's why in his statements, Adhikary clearly states that our education must preserve our agriculture, our tourism, our hydropower, and our education must be able and capable to contain our qualified youths in our own nation. And another point is this point as well. What is the relationship between education, religion, and spirituality? Spirituality. Dr. Adhikary clearly states that after the origin of new education in 2028 BS, many people they have deliberately distanced education from science. Education and science they are not different from each other. Dr. Adhikary, as a follower of continuum approach, he is not ready to create any binary opposition between education, religion, and spirituality. Adhikary clearly states that education, religion, and spirituality, these three things, they can work together. They can be together and they can support each other. But if someone tries to create a gap or binary opposition between education, religion, and spirituality, that will be wrong. Education is the only thing that can make us feel and realize the significance of religion. Religion can continue its journey, taking the support of education, and education should be there to make us feel and realize what truly is spirituality. That's why we should not consider education and religion being in binary opposition. At the same time, religion and spirituality, these two things can revive, can continue their journey, and can get some kind of upward moment if there will be education with them. And at the same time, another ideas that I have found from Dr. Adhikary is that Dr. Adhikary he respects he is in favor of technical education and professional education, but the way technical and professional education has been given importance at this time, Dr. Adhikary doesn't like it. He clearly states that when we give unnecessary value and importance only to technical and professional education, people will start detaching themselves from society, culture, and all these things. At this reference, Dr. Adhikary clearly states that when we teach our young students only in English language, when the medium of instruction becomes English language, and when students they give priority to technical and professional education, they will stop questioning. They will detach themselves from reflective thinking. They will detach themselves from critical thinking. And in totalitarian nations, and in most of the time, in these kind of nations, students when they begin to give over emphasis on technical and professional education, they do not worry about social cultural values, nationality, national essence, national glory, history, traditions, and they stop asking questions to government and state. As the result, there will be a big gap between the citizens and the state and the democracy. That's why even to sustain democracy and even to make our young students or learners to be worried about the nations and national values, we shall combine technical and professional education with other kind of elements in education that are to be social values, cultures, religion, traditions, and all these things. And curriculum and textbook, in my observation, I have found that Dr. Adhikary clearly states that curriculum should not be fixed curriculum. The properly structured curriculum by the curriculum experts, educationists, teachers, and professors that cannot support what are the actual needs of the learner. That's why curriculum should be in flexible form. The curriculum should be developed in their own soil. That's why in Kathmandu University as well, I know that most of the teachers, professors, and the lecturers who are there to educate their students, they develop curriculum themselves, they revise these curriculums, and they practice new curriculum every time when the new session begins. This is the concept that we have received from Dr. Adhikary. And even here, next point is what is teacher is learner relationship. While defining teacher learner relationship, here I have received one of the idea from Dr. Adhikary. It is that Dr. Adhikary states that there should not be one way relationship between teacher and learner. If teacher speaks one way, if there is no communication, students will not be capable to receive the actual rush of what the teacher is teaching. That's why the idea of teacher learner relationship has been also mentioned in the Sadarikaran model of communication as well. It means that if the teacher and student they cannot converse, if they cannot follow the dialogic model of learning and asking questions, that cannot be the best teaching. That's why the concept of Sadarikaran model of communication, that Rasaswadan, context, speaker addressee relationship, and other elements that have been well reflected in this concern here, that is teacher learner relationship. And whenever comparing Dr. Adhikary's ideas with global ideas, I have found that Dr. Adhikary states culture is the foundation of education. Indigenous knowledge must take precedence over foreign models. That is the stand of Dr. Adhikary. Dr. Adhikary states that education should encompass material, spiritual, and metaphysical dimension. The learner must become truly wise. Educating and making someone literate is not the ultimate journey of education. Education should encompass material, spiritual, and metaphysical dimensions. And the next one is Dr. Adhikary prioritizes the Pratiman, standard from over Upaman, analogy from outside. It means that first of all, we should preserve our own values and essence through education. Then only we can learn and adopt something from outside. In this way, Dr. Adhikary, in his philosophies, he has come up with so many new ideas. And my conclusion is that Dr. Adhikary clearly states that there should be mother tongue at the foundational level of teaching. We should provide a variety of we should provide different types of education to learners, but every form of education should give priority to the cultural essence, values, national identity, tradition, and all these things. And Dr. Adhikary has highlighted three basic elements: research, invention, and innovation for progress, at the same time for self-respect, and that is ethics. The term ethics, explained as a cultural element of education, is matching to statodynamic approach as well. If we want to preserve our identity, education must continue and hold on ethics. These ideas that I have found from some of the literatures, and these ideas that I have collected from these five references. 120 वर्षको वैदेशिक शिक्षाको अनुभवबाट नेपालले के सिक्ने, दिस वाज इन्टरभ्यू. नयाँ पुस्तालाई कस्तो शिक्षा आवश्यक छ, दिस इन्टरभ्यू आई हेभ फाउन्ड on 0 Kilo TV. 0 Kilo TV as next interview. Hamra पाठ्य पुस्तक कस्ता हुनुपर्छ. It is also by Dr. Nirmala Adhikary. And RIG TV, अनुसन्धान र दैनन्दिन जीवनमा सातत्य दृष्टिकोण. And next one is Abhiyan podcast. I think it was made there at Kathmandu University. Media Studies and Communication Model from Nepal. From these five references, I got able to collect all these ideas. And at last, I want to congratulate Dr. Nirmala Adhikary sir for providing me this golden opportunity to be here at this international webinar on the auspicious Golden Jubilee birthday of Dr. Adhikary sir. And I hope I did justice to this topic. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Lamitsane, for critically analyzing the philosophy of education and learning of our professor, Dr. Adhikary. So I'm sure you are open to the constructive feedbacks. So for that, I would like to invite Mr. Alok Lamsal, who is the lecturer at Department of Languages and Mass Communication, Kathmandu University School of Arts, to deliver his comments from the presentations of Pradeep sir and the two presentations before him. So, Alok sir.
Thank you, Samir, for this opportunity. Before I move into the commentary session, I would like to congratulate our professor, who is also my teacher, my guru, Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, for his 50th birthday. And I would also like to take this opportunity to take the blessings from him, actually. So I would like to bless him and take the blessings from him simultaneously. And secondly, I would also like to congratulate all the three presenters, Uma Ramanathan, who has a wide array of experience in law and conflict resolution field. Sushil Gautam, who has also a great experience on all these ideas that he has shared, and Assistant Professor Pradeep Lamitsane, who has shared about the education ideology and perspective of Professor Nirmala Adhikary. Now, initially, I would like to begin with Uma Ramanathan's paper. I've listed down some comments and I've read your paper, Ms. Uma Ramanathan. And I think this particular paper seems ambitious. However, it has tend to explore a literary exploration of human communication via various Eastern texts as well. So this paper and the author deserves credit for attempting to bridge ancient Indian epistemology with the idea of modern communication as well. And so you have talked about the various idea of authentic listening and active listening in modern in communication, and you have also looked into the journey of the word from its vibrational sense in the mind, which you have mentioned about Pashyanti, and through its mental churning, which is Madhyama, to its physical vocalization, which is Vaikhari. So your paper presents and provides us with a profound picture of how we connect with each other as humans. And you have also strategically, and it's quite well done by connecting and integrating Professor Nirmala Adhikary's Sadharinikaran model of communication, which is very instrumental in conflict resolution. So you have complied with the idea of Sadharinikaran, where the paper argues that true communication isn't just about exchanging data, and we must move into active listening and authentic listening to maximize the communication procedure, which is well done in your paper. And you also talk about Saridayata, because once when we talk about Saridayata, both the communicator and communicatee should move into oneness. So it's kind of oneness in heart. So Saridaya means Sridaya, it is related to Hridaya. And you have also looked into the philosophical tradition of Bhartrihari's linguistic tradition, Abhinav Gupta's idea of aesthetics, and we have tried to impressively integrate all these ideas. And and when we're talking about a Vak trajectory, I think my comment to add a comment onto your paper is that maybe you can add another trajectory in the listening aspect. Okay, so Vak is from the speaker's aspect. Okay, that you have designed a module that you have designed in your own presentation as well. Maybe you can move into the listening trajectory. Maybe there could be another name for it. Okay, so in listening trajectory, we move into Shravana. So first of all, the listener listens to it, and it leads into Manana, and Nididhyasana, and finally, after the Sakshatkara, they move into the Saridaya state. Okay, so that is one comment from my side. And maybe about the paper structure, maybe you could have formalized a paper, followed some kind of specific format, maybe probably any APA style or MLA style. Maybe you are not aware about that. Maybe you could have followed that. And the third comment would be again in the language side, because of there are many Sanskrit concepts that has been used in your paper, and maybe to maintain the simplification of your paper, you could have clarified those understanding. Okay, and regarding the theories that you have taken in your paper, for example, Buddhism as a theory, Mimamsa as a theory, and you have also taken Kashmiri Shaivism in your paper. But when you have taken these papers into your while writing, while arguing your thoughts, you should also talk about the fundamental opposition between these philosophical schools. Okay, so before talking about the fundamental oppositions, we cannot just align all these ideas just like that. So maybe some few epistemological clash between these theories, and gradually you can build up with the arguments linked with these ideologies. Okay, so however, the way you have presented in your paper and the way you have explored Okay, and the way you have connected and integrated all the idea, it is very commendable, and you have done an excellent job, and done an excellent job in synthesizing all these ideas as well. So thank you very much, Umar Ramanathan, for this paper. Now I would like to move into another paper presented by Sushil Gautam. Sushilji, I have only read your abstract and I've gone through your presentation slide, and I just saw your presentation, and you have talked about uh, Professor Nirmala Adhikary's various aspects, okay, his political aspects, okay, and his specific spheres of impact, like for example, in politics, in culture, in society, okay. And you have talked about the difference between state-nation theory and nation-state theory, and why state-nation theory should be applied and implied in the nation. And you have also talked about how the nation is trying to apply this theory into their own dynamics. For example, also integrating statodynamic progressivism, Sthitikatyatmak Pragatibad, which you have also mentioned. So you have clarified that framework as well. And maybe you could have clarified what kind of paradigm shift can be seen. Maybe you will be developing in the paper. You have talked about, you just gave some passing remarks about the examples, how the the politicians are using this particular theory. Maybe you could add those examples into your paper, which will add more authenticity and credibility in your paper, and it will add more it would create a more academic discourse into the academia. Okay, and also you have kind of criticized dialectical materialism. Maybe you could have defined dialectical materialism, what is dialectical materialism, and why dialectical materialism is not relevant in our own politics or in our own culture or in our own society, and how dialectical materialism has kind of downtrodden our political understanding and political ideology. Maybe you could have clarified that, because it's kind of a Hegel-Marx fusion. Okay, so maybe you could have talked about Hegel, you could have talked about Marx as well, while talking about dialectical materialism. And after defining dialectical materialism, and maybe you could have moved on to the theories Professor Adhikary has propounded, and it could add some relevance into the academic arena. Okay, thank you very much. But overall, your paper and the way you have synthesized and integrated all the ideas is interesting, and thank you very much for this paper. And finally, I would move into Pradeep Lamichhane's paper. And I was fascinated to see a new perspective when you are presenting, dear Pradeep sir. Okay, and it was kind of a new angle into Professor Adhikary's philosophical stance, because we were only talking about politics and culture in more often, and now you have brought a new lens towards Professor Adhikary's philosophical perception and conception. Okay, and you have talked about, and you saw, I think you saw 5 or 6 podcast and videos in after while doing this research, and maybe you will be building another paper further. Okay, and you have talked about all the 7 core elements of original education suggested by Professor Adhikary, and which you have mentioned in your paper, in your presentation as well. You have talked about nature of education, which was again propounded by Professor Adhikary, and 4 core characteristics of education, which is identity-driven, skill-oriented, which should be value-based and tech-savvy, and it is correct that we should not kind of create a binary opposition while defining any political or educational scenario. So yes, we need to combine amalgamate education, religion, and spirituality. So there should be no binary opposition. And yes, a person should have technical and professional education, which is mandatory, and it's well done by Professor Adhikary by sharing all these knowledge to us. And thank you very much for also bringing this into the philosophical perception of Professor Adhikary. Maybe while building your paper, you could bring other academic discourse, other academic papers, or while enhancing your methodology, okay, maybe you could take direct interview with Professor Adhikary, maybe while developing a paper. So that would enhance your methodology, that would enhance your paper finally. Okay, so that's it from my side, and thank you very much all the three presenters, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Alok sir. So before we proceed forward, I would like to gently remind all the presenters and commentators to kindly be mindful of the time constraints. Please try to conclude your sessions within the allocated time so that we can smoothly accommodate all the presentations and the discussions. So with that, we'll move on. The commentator for the next two presentations is Mrs. Srijana Gurung, who is the lecturer at Reliance International College. So now Mrs. Bina Adhikary will present. She is a PhD scholar from Department of Languages and Mass Communication, Kathmandu University School of Arts. The topic of our presentation is an overview of Nirmala Adhikary's vision of Saridayata. Mrs. Adhikary, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the time, and I will be precise because we are running some 50 minutes late, and I will consider that. Thank you for reminding. And I would like to wish happy birthday to our Guru, Dr. Nirmala Adhikary, and my topic is an overview of Professor Adhikary's vision of Saridayata, and I would like to request Alokji to share my PPT also.
Wait a minute.
Okay, but I will keep on continuing. Okay, Professor Adhikary, I would like to tell something about him. Alokji, you keep on doing that. I would like to tell about Adhikary some of the lines. First thing is he is the prominent author. Second is he is the philosopher. Third one, communication theorist. Fourth, innovative researcher. Fifth, public intellectual. Sixth, educationist. And seventh, media researcher. After that, why I chose this term Saridayata and why I am going or reading between the lines this Saridayata.
Binasi, I've already shared the slide, okay? Binasi, are you there?
I think his network is not working properly.
Okay, Samir?
Yes, sir. Had she been disconnected?
Probably.
I think she is disconnected.
But she is in the participants list right now. Maybe it's her side of the connection is lagging. Let's wait for.
I'm listening only. Am I audible there?
Yes, ma'am. Bina ma'am, can you continue the presentation?
Hello, Bina ma'am.
Hello, Bina ma'am. we can move on with the next presentation, and by when the next presentation is completed, maybe your side of the connection can would be recovered. Let's hope that. But for now, okay. Bina ma'am, you have been scheduled to the next after this next presentation. So now I would like to call Assistant Professor Dipali Burma. She is from Sarda University, Greater Noida, India, for her presentation. Her presentation topic is Sanchar Yoga Theory in South Asian Communication Traditions, a cultural reinterpretation. Burma ma'am, okay.
Hello.
We can see your slides.
First of all, good afternoon to everyone. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you, and your slide is also, we can see your slides as well.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am presenting my paper on Sanchar Yoga theory in South Asian communication. First of all, I want to connect with the values and ethics. Communication creates the social bonds, or it's the meaning immerse the interactions. Emphasize on the empathy and the share the understanding. Or when we talk about the communication is the ethical responsibility, it should be central. When we talk about the South Asian communication, it's the tradition are deeply connected with the philosophy and culture. Philosophy divide the some words like Vedanta, Buddhism, and Yoga tradition. Vedanta interconnects the reality of Buddhism, mindfulness and communication and compassion. Yoga harmony between the self and society. Sanchar Yoga theory provides the holistic communication framework. When we move on the next, communication create the social bond, or it's directly derived by the social interaction. Emphasize the empathy, shared understanding, and ethical responsibility. The meaning of Sanchar Yoga, it's a moment of meaning. Yoga means connection, union, and holistic development. Togetherness, holistic communication includes the emotional, ethical, and spiritual dimension. Storytelling tradition also the connect with the culture memory, folk narratives transmit values and the wisdom. Oral tradition like the nukkad natak, like the kathakali, like the kathavachan, folk, Mahabharata, Ramayana, or many stories which directly related to the our unity, our culture, directly reflect the our communication aspect. Sanchar Yoga basically inspired by the Vedanta, and with its communication create the social relations between the countries and trust. Meaning develops through the interaction, through the understanding. Actually, when we talk about the Vedanta, so it's totally connect with the empathy. Empathy is the essential parameter of communication, and it's the ethical responsibility to the create the next history. Storytelling tradition is the preserve our culture memory, folk narratives transmits the wisdom and social values. For example, Kathavachan and the folk theaters. Communication create the when we talk about the performance based knowledge system, it's the directly related to the ritual performances, communication meanings, dance, music, drama, its media. Communication is the experimental symbiotic or knowledge is for the participation. South Asian communication is the meaning of change, place, and situation from the gesture, silence, symbol, and the harmony. Community center communication is very required for the further development. Digital platforms are changing communication pattern rapidly. Social media sometimes weakness real human connection, but sometimes it's strong. Sanchar Yoga encourages the mindful digital communication, and it promotes the ethical, empathic interaction online. Modern media spread the misinformation very quickly, but Sanchar Yoga emphasizes ethical responsibility. Uh, I emphasize that word ethical responsibility in the communication is the very mandatory or very required, because communication can reduce the manipulation, and trust and authenticity are the important in the media. Communication is linked with the self-awareness, empathy, create social harmony and understanding. Reflective communication improve the relationship. Sanchar Yoga is sometimes challenges the some models, is validated with the knowledge system, global communication studies, and useful in the journalism. Sanchar Yoga theory represents the communication as the holistic process. It indicates the ethics, empathy, and the relationship. South Asian communication, when we talk about the South Asian in the communication, is involves in the silence, gesturing, symbolism, and Western linear model. Digital platform also reshape the communication pattern. When we talk about the digital media, is directly related with the our Instagram, Facebook, and all platforms which directly link with the internet, or it's our social responsibility ki we flow the information very clear, very true, or where with the responsibility aspect. Because when we create the some fake misinformation, it's create the manipulation in the society. It's not the good thing. Sanchar Yoga promotes the mindful digital engagement. It's a very important word, mindful digital engagement, and encourage the ethical and empathic online interactions. Communication is about the self awareness. Communication is about the harmony. It's about the interaction, or it's about the communication with the good mindfulness. There are the many challenges which directly related on the global level, but we can do better with the social responsibility. Sanchar Yoga theory refine the communication holistic and ethics relationship, provide the solution digital age challenges. Because in this era we have the many things, but we can't ignore the digital era. Many folk stories, many drama, like our culture, our dance, like Kathak hua, Kuchipudi hua, Bharatnatyam hua, Mohiniyattam hua. It's the chain for the reflection of what is our culture, what is our harmony. Or when we create the some strong bond, we have to create the clear communication in a good way, and it's also contribute the culture grounded media studies. Sanchar Yoga theory refine the communication holistically. It's provide the digital aid challenge, but we can do it's better with the ground media studies. In a last, thank you for the listening my presentation. If you have any question, then you can ask.
Thank you, Mrs. Verma, for shedding light on Sanchar Yoga theory. It surely strengthens the South Asian communication theories and traditions. So now, I would like to re-invite Mrs. Adhikary to present on her topic.
Okay, I am audible now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
I will not open my video because internet is really very slow. It's not working properly. So I was in the third slide. I request Alokji, please. Okay, I want to say about the term Sarideta. Sarideta, how Nirmala Adhikary.
Ma'am, wait a minute. Deepali ma'am, could you please? Okay, fine.
Fine, can I, Alok sir?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
would like
Yes,
to.
yes. The slide is visible.
Okay, but it's not visible to me. What happened? I don't know, but it's seen to me here on my own. So I would like to go to the term Saridayata, how Dr. Nirmala Adhikary has drawn this word in his book Saridayata Darshan Ko Prakathan. And in this webinar also, all the participants has used Saridayata 47 times up to now. And after that, anyone can count how much time I will use that term. And here, Saridayata, he has drawn this word from Rig Ved. And in Rig Ved, Nirmal Mani writes in his book, equal heart. For equal heart, you have to walk together, talk together, learn together. And Sarideta is common understanding among all. All think the same. All should think the same and must have the same heart. You should take oath also similarly, and then only you can unite and work. And in Ajurved, according to Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary, he says that in his book it is written that Sarideta is mutual understanding, looking each other with the feeling of friendship. And similarly in Samved, Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary writes that in Samved, see good in others, do good to others. And in Atharva Ved, he writes, make your heart lovable, make a heart like a mother who loves her children unconditionally. That is the meaning of Saridayata he has drawn from all the four Veds. And going to another term, my slide number 4, I would like to tell some of the key concepts of Sarideta. Sarideta means Saman Hridaya, commonness, human consciousness, mutual understanding, emotional connectedness, oneness, heart-to-heart connection, liked behavior. So from his book, I have drawn all this conclusion, and I want to know from his book that why Nirmal Mani Adhikary is using this word Sarideta and how far a researcher should go for a particular individual word Sarideta. And for a research student like me and others also, every word matters, and for a word also how far we should go to do a research. And another slide number 5, it is about strength of Sarideta under Sadharanikaran model of communication. In that also, Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary writes, message transferred to receiver and with a feeling of received well. In Western philosophy or in Westernization, it is said that a message is for who says what. Only that is there. Emotion is not attached there. Receiver, sender will send the message only. But here in Eastern philosophy, it is about receiving the message with a feeling and emotions. And it is written in Sarideta Darshan Ko Prakathan. And another point, positivity while transferring message. When we are doing communication, our main aim is to make other person in front of us understand. But in Maxwell's theory and others theory, it is said that only send the message, either receiver will take it or not, it is not considered. But here he writes that when you send the message, receiver should take it, should understand it, and you must say in such a way that receiver took it positively. And another one, looking each other with the feeling of friendship. Communication means when you are saying, then at least you must share a common heart there. And another, equal thought and care of each other. While doing communication, these things must be there. And slide number 6, uniqueness. The term Sarideta is itself unique because in Sarideta, humanity whole exists there. It is written in his book. So when I go through the lines of that book, Sarideta Kuprakathan, I found that humanity falls under Sarideta, and that was really heart touching to me as well. And another slide number 7, motto of Sarideta, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, as we have used this line and we all are clear about this line, world as the family. This is the Eastern philosophy where Dr. Adhikary quotes this line. And second line, that is Timro Hridaya Mero Hos, Mero Hridaya Timro Hos, two bodies, one soul. This is also the meaning of Sarideta. And apart from all these things, Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary writes, draws the references from other religion as well. In Buddhism, there are stories of Sujata, Visakha, and Amrapali, and the story of Angulimala. And today I was about to tell the story of Mala, but because of the time, I will not tell. I hope you have heard that story. And another one, it is about Jain. In Jain religion, Tirthankar says that don't show violence even to animals. And that is indeed Sarideta. And another in Kirat religion, Falgunananda says that feelings of sharing, love, care, and respect in totality, and that is indeed Sarideta. And in Sikh religion, Guru Nanak says Guru Nanak sacrificed his life for others. This is also the sense of Sarideta. And another Kumaril Bhatta, in his book also, this Kumaril Bhatta, he left his prestigious degree for welfare of the common people. So in all these things, Sarideta has been found, and these are the references quoted by Dr. Nirmala Adhikary in his book Sarideta Ko Prakathan. And now another term, slide number 9. Sarideta originated from its origin till now, and Sarideta will be helpful to solve the conflict management as well. So sorry, the word Sarideta itself and its application is still needed in present day as well. And with this, I came to the last, and at last I would like to say that let's apply Sarideta to all of us in our life, in others' life as well. Thank you. With this note, I want to end. Thank you.
Thank you, Bina Adhikari, ma'am. So now we will move on to the commenting session. So for that, we have Mrs. Srijana Gurung as a commentator, who hails from Reliance International College as a lecturer. So, Mrs. Gurung, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I would like to wish happy birthday to our Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary sir on the occasion of his 50th birthday. So even I would like to thank the entire team for this scholarly celebration, which is a great tribute to the invaluable contribution to academia, mentorship, and intellectual growth. So, regarding the two papers which I'm supposed to do the review comment, first of all, I would like to uh, talk about the positive. I would like to talk about the commendable things which is mentioned there in the paper. So, the first paper which I'm going to review is written by Bina Adhikary. The topic is an overview of Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary vision of Sahari Daitya. So this paper is a significant intellectual contribution by foregrounding the terminology, the idea of a shared heart of empathetic consciousness as a foundational principle of communication, rather than just viewing communication as a mere transmission of information. I think this study reframes it as a relational, ethical, and effective process. One of the most valuable aspects of Professor Nirmala Adhikary framework, it is effort to decolonize communication studies by bringing Eastern philosophical tradition and indigenous epistemologies into the global theoretical discourse. So the discussion of Sadharyanikaran model of communication particularly highlights communication as a participatory and grounded in mutual understanding rather than hierarchical authority. So, analyzing this paper from a critical perspective, the theory invites further exploration regarding its practical operationalization, especially how empathetic understanding can be measured or applied within unequal power structures and contemporary digital environment. Nevertheless, these questions open one important avenues for future research. In era marked by technological expansion and declining interpersonal sensitivity, Sahari Daitya reminds us that communication ultimately succeeds through empathy and shared humanity. So from a critical perspective, there are several questions which will invite a further scholarly engagement. The first is, Sahadidayatya powerfully emphasizes emotional intelligence and ethical communication. Its operationalization remains challenging. How can shared emotion understanding be empirically measured? Can this function effectively in asymmetrical power structure, such as political communication, media propaganda, algorithm-driven digital platform? So, this theory philosophical richness may risk idealization, but in real-world communication frequently occurs in environments shaped by inequality, ideology, and institutional control. Therefore, future research might explore how Saharidaitya negotiates resistance, disagreement, and dissent rather than harmony alone. So, to conclude the first paper feedback, the paper offers an important philosophical and theoretical intervention, encouraging scholars to rethink communication as a practical of human connection rather than mere masses exchange. Okay, so now I would like to begin with another paper. So the next paper, it's the presenter, Assistant Professor Dipali Burma, and the topic is Sanchar Yoga Theory in South Asian Communication Traditions, a cultural reinterpretation. So this paper makes an important contribution to revisiting South Asian communicative tradition and repositioning communication as a transmission of information, but as a relational, ethical, and consciousness-based process. One of the major strengths of this paper, it lies in effort to decolonize communication studies by foregrounding indigenous philosophical foundations such as Vedanta, Buddhism, and yogic tradition. So the presenter has effectively challenged the long-standing dominance of Western linear communication model. The idea that communication operates through interconnectedness, empathy, and shared consciousness resonates strongly with contemporary scholarly effort to pluralize global communication theory. So this Sanchar Yoga is framed as a holistic communicative practice integrating emotional, ethical, and spiritual dimension. Furthermore, the discussion on oral tradition, performance-based knowledge system, and community-centered communication demonstrate that communication in South Asia has historically been pragmatic rather than purely informational. So this perspective enriches our understanding of communication as lived culture rather than abstract theory. So from a critical viewpoint, I would encourage further clarification in two areas. First, while the philosophical grounding is strong, the paper could benefit from greater methodological articulation, like how Sanchar Yoga can be operationalized empirically in media research or communication practice. And another one, the second aspect, how a deeper comparative engagement with existing global communication model could further highlight what makes this theory distinctive than other simply complementary. So I would like to congratulate both of the presenter for presenting this thoughtful and promising papers. And I look forward seeing this work develop further in the future publication. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Srijana ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I missed to establish earlier that she is also a PhD research scholar from Kathmandu University School of Arts. Now we have Miss Chetana Kuwar. She is also a PhD research scholar from Department of Languages and Mass Communication, Kathmandu University School of Arts. Her topic of presentation is Journalist Safety and Professionalism, Contributions of Nirmal Mani Adhikary to Research and Practice. Miss Chetana, please go ahead.
Chetana ji, are you there? We cannot hear you.
It's not audible. She's speaking.
Chetana ji, I think you need to increase your volume or something. Hello, Chetana ji?
Well, Lamsar sir, she has just informed me that she is on the way.
Oh, okay. So I think, Samir, I think we need to move.
Sir, she had said she'll join from her phone. If you can present her presentation, then maybe.
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that.
Yeah, so rest of the part she will do from the phone. I think she will join shortly.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry for that. I don't know what problems happen. Okay, can you share my presentation from there? I will quickly present
Yes,
it from.
I've shared.
Okay. Okay. Today I'm presenting my PhD research topic, which is one of the part of my research, also journalist safety. And beside the Southern theories and so many things, Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary has done a lot of work for the journalist safety. So I'm doing PhD under the supervision of the Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary. So that's why I'm presenting this topic. Talking about these presentations, Dr. Adhikary, as a he is the scholars for journalist safety, media safety, as well as the for the global south also. And talking about the objective of this study to examine the Dr. Adhikary contributions to journalist safety and media professionalism, and as well as the how his research influenced the UN plan of actions, journalism policy and international safety study. For this research, I have taken the qualitative document analysis. He has published, and as well as the some of the UNESCO publications and some of the research report which is unpublished, but Dr. Adhikary here with me. And talking about the finding and discussions, Dr. Adhikary, who is present the baseline evidence-based research in 2013, which is the inception's context analysis. This contribute the identify of structural vulnerability and provide the baselines evidence for the necessary future policy interventions. This is the first research from Dr. Adhikary. And second of the research he has done from the UNESCO, which is the one of the pilot research which is select first pilot research from the global country. Among the other three countries, Iraq, Pakistan, and South Sudan, Nepal is the one of the pilot country. For this research, Dr. Adhikary provide the as a main researchers from the Nepal, and based on this research, Professor Adhikary create and give the evidence and contextual analysis, which is the for the national policy as well as the international level for advocacy and state interventions. 2016 JIS, which is the journal safety indicators, based on this book, based on this pilot research presented, and co-author with the Dr. Lakshman Dattapanta for this research, contributed for this work. And whereas the talk about the 4 dimensions, first one is the government role, whereas assess the legal framework, political perspective, as well as the protection of the crime against the journalist. And second one is the civil society, and third one is the media organizations as well as the UN system and INGO. These are the research which is Dr. Adhikary presented. And talking about the timeline, he contributed from 2013 to for the journalist safety as a inception context analysis, and 2014 as a media right monitoring, whereas analyzed the status and capacity of functional media right monitoring response desks for the professional organizations. And as well as the 2016, he provide the assess the journalist safety base of the UNESCO journalist safety indicators, whereas evaluating government, media, civil society, as well as the UN rule. And talking about the global impact and international influence, whereas Nepal as a selected for the pilot country from the UNESCO. The relevance of the Adhikaries, which is JIS indicators for the global south, whereas his methodology has been adapted to address the issue of the democratic instability as well as the professional insecurity. And later on, his research link the sacrifice of the Nepali experience to the global indicator like the sustainable development goals as well. Sorry for that. For international scholarship, whereas the Ghana and South Africa were adopted the same process as well. Sorry for that. I'm not good myself. Talking about the after that international influence and UNESCO, whereas the baseline survey after that they set the indicators, and these things are the continue from the FNJ, the Federation of Nepali Journalists, whereas the present the annual press freedom reporting, they are monitoring document and some of the work which is they continue new. And whereas also the based on these indicators, they have done the recently 2024 as a journal safety indicator as a Nepal assessment, whereas the lead researcher Vinod Bhattrai, who is contributed, as well as the myself also the as a researcher I have contributed for this. This present that the ongoing this foundation are the ongoing his legacy. So, talking about the conclusion of his contribution on journalist safety, whereas the bridge to the local reality with the global standards, and we can say that. And he also transformed the discourse from the reactive outrage to the measurable structural accountability also. And his legacy is the robust and replicable architectures that continue to protect journalists, combat the impunity, and strengthen democratic institutions across the global. So some of the country who are adopt the some of research of journalist safety from the Nepal, and whereas the Dr. Adhikary already contributed on these fields. So these are my presentations, and lastly the reference. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Chetana Kuar ma'am. In the current media landscape, the safety of journalists and the preservation of professional ethics are often the first things to be compromised. So your research reminds us that a free press is only as strong as the protections afforded to those in the front lines. And now to provide notes and comments on Kuar's presentation, I would like to welcome Mr. Binod Dungel, a PhD research scholar at Department of Languages and Mass Communication, KUSOA, as the commentator.
Hello everyone, thank you very much, Shreya. Before I say anything else, I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the Department of Languages and Mass Communication at Kathmandu University School of Arts. It is because of their vision and initiative that a gathering like this is possible at all, where scholars, practitioners, and thinkers from across the globe are brought together in a single virtual space to engage with ideas that genuinely matter. Yeah, the department has quietly and consistently been doing the important work of connecting bright minds across geographies, disciplines, and generations. Today is a fine example of that, and I'm honored to be a part of this conversation. However, humbly, and I'm grateful to the department for considering me worthy of a seat at this table, and the colleagues who are present here in this webinar who organized. I'm thankful to them as well. And now, having said that, I must begin with a confession, and I hope the audience will receive, the participant will receive it in the spirit of genuine honesty rather than false modesty. When I was asked to serve as a commentator on this paper, Chetana's paper, today, my first instinct was hesitation. Not the polite, performative hesitation one sometimes hears in academic settings, but something more sincere. Let me explain why. I have spent 37 years in journalism and press freedom advocacy, but here is where I must be careful and honest. Experience is not scholarship. My career gave me instincts, observations, and convictions, but not a research framework. I have not studied journalist safety as an academic discipline, as the scholar Kumar has. My PhD research does not touch this field at all. My teaching in universities has been a media laws, research in mass communication, and media management, and so on. There are neighboring rooms in the same house, but they are not this same room. I have no claim to scholarly authority on the specific terrain that Professor Nirmala Adhikary has mapped so carefully that the presenter has examined so thoughtfully. So, here is the layered irony in my presence here today. The presenter is a PhD scholar who has conducted serious focused research on this subject. I'm a PhD scholar whose research lives elsewhere entirely elsewhere, not in this area. Professor Adhikary has spent years building evidence-based UNESCO-recognized frameworks for accessing journalist safety, frameworks that have traveled from Nepal to Ghana and beyond. And I am being asked to comment on a paper about the work armed with little more than newsroom memories and passing familiarity with the literature. This is my disclaimer. If I comment on this paper, as though I possess equivalent scholarly authority, I would be doing a disservice to the presenter, to the subject, and to the spirit of honest academic exchange. So please, I invite you to receive what follows not as expert critic, but as the reflection of someone who knows this world from the inside of newsroom rather than the inside of a research methodology. If a moment my comments sound naive or insufficiently grounded in the scholarship, that is not rhetorical humility, it is simply the truth of my position. Treat it, if you will, as informed foolishness from someone who has lived adjacent to the subject for nearly 4 decades without ever formally studying it. I'm sorry for that. With that honesty fully declared, let me offer a few genuine reflections, what I could. On the framing and the scope, I want to say the paper positions Adhikary's work as the intersection of academic inquiry and policy engagement, and I think that framing is both accurate and important. In my years of journalism and press freedom work, the persistent frustration was always this: the people who understood safety from the inside, like journalists, editors, fixers, rarely had frameworks. And the people who built frameworks rarely understood what a newsroom as risk actually feels like from the inside. What the presenter identifies in Adhikary's work, that bridging quality, is, from a practitioner's perspective, genuinely rare, and it deserves recognition as much. That said, speaking from practice rather than theory, I would invite the presenter to reflect on whose understanding of professionalism in Nepali journalism has often been defined by external donor and institutional pressures as much as by indigenous professional norms. Whether Adhikari's indicators sufficiently account for the complexity is something the presenter, with her deeper command of the scholarship, is far better placed to access than I am. Just to say, on the 2013 inception context analysis, from someone who was working in Nepali media at that time, I can say with some confidence that systematic evidence-based examination of journalist safety was genuinely needed. What we had before were incident logs, anecdotal accounts, and advocacy reports, important, but not frameworks. The presenter's recognition of this work as foundational is, from a practitioner's standpoint, entirely fair. What I would gently ask, and again, this comes from practice, not scholarship, is what happened after. In my experience, reports get launched, indicators get published, and then the situation on the ground continues largely unchanged. Did this framework actually shift institutional behavior? Did it change how media houses thought about the safety of their staff? The presenter may have insights here that I lack, and I hope in the future, in a report, we can get that insight. Regarding the professionalism as a protective factor, this is the claim in Adhikari's work that I find most interesting and most complicated from a practitioner's perspective. The argument that professionalism reduces risk is appealing, but I have known deeply professional journalists who were targeted precisely because of their professionalism, because they refused to self-censor, because they insisted on verification, because they published what powerful people wanted buried. Professionalism in some environments is not a shield, it is a provocation. I raise this not to dismiss Adhikari's argument. The presenter and the scholar are far better equipped than I am to adjudicate that debate, but because it is something I have lived and I felt worth naming. On the global south positioning, as Chetana presented, the presenter's framing of Adhikary as a Global South voice is significant and timely. From my years in press freedom advocacy, I know how rarely frameworks originate in this part of the world and travel outward. Usually the traffic moves in the other direction. If Adhikary's work has genuinely influenced scholarship in Ghana and elsewhere, that is worth celebrating, not just for the work itself, but for what it represents about the direction of knowledge production. I would simply ask the presenter gently and with genuine curiosity. Yeah, I'm feeling disturbed by someone else's presentation came in between. Yeah, if I'm told to stop, I'm ready to stop, but something is being disturbed. Something is coming in between as I'm speaking here. I would like to mute something else if I'm not over. I would simply ask the presenter gently and with genuine curiosity whether the international uptake of the frameworks reflect their inherent adaptability or whether it is partly mediated by their institutional home within UNESCO. That is not criticism, it is a question about the architecture of global scholarly influence, which my years in advocacy have made me curious about. And my closing reflection is I return at the end to where I began. I'm not the right person to pass scholarly judgment on this paper or on the work it examines. The presenter has done a reading, the analysis, and thinking that I have not. Professor Adhikary has built something that has stood the test of peer review, international application, and policy engagement, not of which I can claim in this domain. What I can offer is the perspective of someone who spent 37 years watching journalist safety fail in the real time, in newsrooms, in courtrooms, in the quiet disappearance of stories that never got told. And from that vantage point, I can say that the kind of work the presenter has examined today, careful, evidence-based, policy-oriented scholarship on journalism safety matters. It matters more than we sometimes remember when we are debating indicators and frameworks in the comfort of a webinar. I congratulate the presenter sincerely and I thank the organizers for influencing a voice like mine, imperfect, practice worn, and genuinely humbled by the scholarship on display today. Last but not least, on this special day, I take the privilege of this platform to wish Professor Nirmala Adhikary a very happy birthday. May the same dedication continue to inspire generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Binod sir, for your valuable insights. Our next presenter is Vishnu Gewali, a PhD research scholar at Department of Languages and Mass Communication at KUSOA. He will be presenting on analyzing Jivan Mukti as a paradigm of life. So before Vishnu sir begins, I would like to request our next commenter, Mr. Prabhakar Gimire sir, PhD scholar at Department of Languages and Mass Communication, to prepare in line. So Vishnu Gewali sir, the floor is open to you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
somehow there is a disturbance, not clear.
Um, Very warm good afternoon. Today is My presentation topic is the concept of Jivanmukti and Adhikary's Sagarikaran model. His communication as a path to liberation in life. Here,
Excuse me, sir, your speech is not audible.
is not audible.
It is not clear.
Vishnu sir, your voice is very low. I think you need to correct that.
Sir. Abstract and research value.
Still, you are not audible clearly.
Let me
Vishnuji, your voice is breaking a lot. It's cracking.
Okay, sir. I'm correcting it on the line.
Internet problem, yes.
Sir, I'm correcting it.
Disconnect it.
Yeah. Audible now?
Vishnu sir, you are audible, but your volume is very low.
Volume is very low. Okay, sir. Volume is very low.
So, okay, I think we have a technical problem from Vishnu sir. So, while we figure out from his side, we can continue with the another presentation. So, the next we have Amrita Rai, who is a PhD scholar from Sarda University, and Professor Dr. Mehak Janjua, who hails from Mass Communication, Sarda University. The topic of the presentation is the Saridayata philosophy, and the commentator for this presentation is Diptanjali Gautam, and Miss
Yes.
Amrita ma'am and
Am I
Dr.
audible?
Zonzua ma'am. Yes, you can.
And my PPT is visible or not?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, and the PPT is also visible.
Okay, okay. So, very good evening to all of you. I'm Amrita Rai, research scholar from Sharda University. I don't want to define Sahridata. Many presenter already defined the Sahridata means together with the same heart. The concept of Sahridata, central to the Indian aesthetic philosophy, denote the state of shared heart or empathetic oneness, and it represents the refined emotional and imaginative sensibility of an individual that allows deep resonance with artistic expression. And in my this is the pioneered by the Bharat Muni. In Indian aesthetic theory, especially Ras theory, Sahridata is the essential cultivated sensitivity required for true aesthetic experience. Bharat Muni, author of Natya Shastra, introduced the Ras theory, the concept of aesthetic emotion, established the idea of Sahridaya. It's like a fifth Ved for its holistic approach to performing art. And the second, the Abhinav Gupta, gave the most profound and detailed explanation in his commentary, Abhinav Bhakti. The Sahide is the person whose heart mind has been refined and made transparent, just like a mirror, through consent exposure to poetry, drama, and art. Uh, Adon- The actors perform their part using their own vision and experience, but they should follow the main idea and keep bhav emphasized by the director, like the person who is a sutradhar. In Natya Shastra, it is said that the bhav by themselves carry no meaning with the absence of ras. Uh, Nowadays, the idea of Sahidata is important in the field of not just studying literature and art. It can be useful to understand how people connect with stories told through movies, animation, or digital media, by helping people feel emotions and connect with each other. Sahidata can change the way people think and behave. So the idea of Sahidata is still very important today. And we talk about professor's work. Professor Adhikary emphasized the effective communication goes beyond the transfer of information. It involves emotional participation, where the audience does not just understand the message but feel it. This idea challenge purely technical or linear model. And this idea challenge the technical linear model of communication. In his theory, audience should be sahriday, sensitive to the receptive participation. Adhikari emphasized that shared culture, background, values, and experience help in developing sahridata. Without this common ground, communication may remain superficial or misunderstood. Unlike Western model like Shannon and Weaver model of communication, where technicality of the message transmission are focused, but Sadharikaran model of communication emphasize the human aspect of the communication, empathy, culture, context, and the sensitivity of the efficient communication. Adhikari argues that Mahatma Gandhi is the perfect example of Sahridayata in practice. He used Sahridayata in his communication. Gandhi created a deep emotional and empathetic connection with millions of Indians. It is the beyond the barrier of language, caste, reason, and education. He achieved Sahridayata. His communication was participatory, empathetic, simple, and truthful. Uh, my research objectives are to examine the origin and theoretical fundamental of Sahidata in a classical Indian aesthetic tradition, and analyze the reinterpretation of Sahidata in modern communication theory by the Nirmala Tripathi. And research questions are the key philosophical foundation of Sahidata in classical Indian aesthetic, and what the role does emotional resonance play in the creating Sahidata between the sender and receiver of the message. Methodology, when we talk about methodology of this topic, the study adopt the qualitative and exploratory and interpretative approach to examine the concept of Sahidata and its relevance in communication and media studies, with special focus on Nirmal Mani Adhikary theoretical contributions. Primary data were drawn from classical Indian aesthetic texts, and particularly those related to the Ras theory, along with the Adhikary's key writings. And the secondary sources are included by books and journal, advertisement, and environmental campaign were purposefully selected and analyzed using textual analysis, content analysis, and case study methods. Uh, the collected data were interpreted through thematical, interpretative, and comparative analysis to identify recurring theme of empathy, emotional sharing, and audience engagement. And in conclusion, the study provides a understanding of Sahidata as a base concept to explain communication more empathetically, participatively, and cultural way. Developed from Indian classical thoughts on poetic and philosophy, Sahidata is no longer within the realism of literature, but also became the strength of communication studies in this 21st century. In the realms of communication through the Sadharin current model of communication presented by Professor Adhikary, the theory of communication, instead of being the in unidirectional transfer to of message, became a process of attending mutually of understanding emotional oneness and togetherness. However, there is some limitation of the study in application of Sahidata in its broad sense. While Sahidata is rich conceptual, it is the still inadequate studies empirically. The subjective nature of Sahidata pose difficulties in standardize and measures, especially in a large scale of communication system. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Amrita ma'am, for your insightful presentation and the discussion of Saridayata philosophy. So, so I would like to invite Diptanjali Gautam, Mrs. Diptanjali Gautam, who is who is associated with Kathmandu University School of Education. So, Diptanjali ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samir. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. As a commentator, I would like to share a few observations about this presentation on Saridayata, a communication philosophy by Amrita Rai from Saroda University. First of all, I appreciate the presenter for choosing such a meaningful and intellectually rich topic. The presentation successfully introduced the concept of Saridayata, which highlight the emotion, understanding, and empathy in communication. I found it especially interesting how the paper connect the ancient Indian aesthetic philosophy, particularly the idea of Bharatmani and rasa theory with the modern communication practice. One of the strongest aspect of this presentation is its logical flow. The discussion moves clearly from historical background to the theoretical explanation, methodology, and the modern applications. These structures make the presentation easy to flow up and understand. I also appreciate the effort to relate the classical philosophy to today's digital world, including storytelling, media, and communication. The paper presentation an important argument that communication is not only the exchanging of information, but also the sharing of the emotion, expression, and human connection. From the academic perspective, the presentation is thoughtful and relevant. However, there are a few areas where it can be become a more even stronger. For example, adding more real life examples from film, advertisement, or social media platform. Uh, and would make these arguments more practical and relevant. In addition, including a proper APF 7 references also sections should be there, and a few more empirical sources could improve this academic strength. This presentation provide a valuable contribution to the communication studies by reminding us that the true communication happens when the people connect emotionally and share the same heart. Finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the program conductor and respected Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary sir and all the honorable our foreign guests for their valuable presence. Last but not the least, I would like to wish a very happy birthday to our respected Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary sir. May you blessed with your good health, happiness, wisdom, and continuous success in this inspiring student and the scholar all around the world. Thank you so much. And I will just forward this comment to our program conductor that may help you, Miss Amrita ma'am. It may help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Deeptanjali ma'am. So I would like to call upon Vishnu Gewali sir once again to present his presentation.
Okay. Yeah, I'm ready here.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now we are listening. We are hearing. You have to speak aloud.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, please. Yes.
Today's my topic of presentation is the concept of Jivan Mukti in Adhikari's Sadarikaran model. It is a communication as a path to liberation in life. Here, introduction. Sanchar Yoga, communication as yoga. Sanchar is a communication which is a Sanskrit origin, used in Hindi and Nepali as well. Yoga means a system for attaining moksha, which is the highest goal of human life. That is Jivan Mukti. Sansar Yoga, that is the process of communication that succeeds as a means for moksha, Jivan Mukti in life, liberation in life. Hindu civilization possesses a rich, refined communication tradition. No civilization is possible without a vigorous system of communication. Here, it is the multicultural tone in communication studies, which demands Asian indigenous perspectives. Saridayata, that is the elements of the Sadarikaran model. The Sadarikaran model of communication, SMC here, only a diagrammatic model of Hindu communication theory proposed to that. It draws on Natya Shastra, Bharat Muni, and Bhakyapadya by Bhartihari. According to Professor Adhikary, it is presented in 2003 initially, and which was revised version by Adhikary in 2010. According to him, the Sadarikaran is achieving communication, commonness. It is achieving commonness or oneness among people. Saridayata is the state of mutual understanding, common orientation, and oneness. It is communication as the process of attaining Saridayata. Here, some elements of the Sadarikaran model are presented. Saridayatas, that is a communication, communicating parties, that is a Prasak, which is a sender in English, and a Prapak, that is a receiver in English. Bhava, which is moods, emotions, thoughts, or ideas in the mind of the sender. Abhivyajana, that is expression or encoding of bhavas in perceivable form. Sandesh, that is the message or information being communicated.
Vishnu sir, there is no slide. Slide has not been seen.
Not seen?
Yeah.
Vishnu sir, I think I will share the slide. You may unshare
Okay.
it.
Please, sir. Okay, sir.
You may unshare it.
Okay.
It's visible now, right?
Yes, now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, from here, from Sadarikaran model of communication, then after key pieces, where to start here? The Sadarikaran model of communication, SMC, it is the only diagrammatic model of Hindu communication theory proposed to date, which draws a Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni and Vakya Padya by Adhikary, and which is initially presented in 2003 and revised version by Adhikary 2010. Sadarikaran, which is the achieving commonness or oneness among people. Sarideta is the state of mutual understanding, common orientation, and oneness. And communication as the process of achieving Sarideta, attaining Sarideta. Some elements of the Sadarikaran model are here. Sarideta, communicating parties, that is a Presak, sender, and a Prapak is a receiver. Bhava, moods, emotions, thoughts, or ideas in the mind of the sender. Abhivyanjana, expression or encoding of bhavas into perceivable form. Sandesh is the message or information being communicated. Sarani is the channel through which the message travels. Rasa Swadhana is the receiving or decoding, interpreting the message and achieving rasa. Dosa is barriers or obstacles to communication. Then after Sandarbha, which is the context that determines determines objective meaning. Pratikriya is the process of feedback, which is non-universal, unnecessary after Nidhyasana state. Some key pieces of Hindu communication are here, according to Professor Adhikary, non-linear two-way process resulting in mutual understanding. Both parties act as a sender and receiver simultaneously. There is encoding and decoding occur together in a dynamic process. And feedback is not universal here. Unnecessary after achieving nidhyasana, deep contemplation, that is. In Satsetkar state, Sarideta is already in the state of moksha, Jivan Mukti, liberation in life, that is, according to Adhikary. It deals with three dimensions. Adi Bhautik, that is physical, Adi Daivik, that is mental, and Adhyatmik, that is spiritual. Goal extends beyond understanding to attain all Purusartha Chatursya, four goals of life. Here, communication as a means for Jivan Mukti, according to Adhikary, Shabda, Brahma approach. that is pranava. Om is the signifier of Brahma. Word Shabda at the para level is Brahma, which is identified in Bhakyapadya. Moksha seeker that attains moksha through sakshatkar of Parabhak. Aham Brahmasmi, that means I am Brahma. Identify between Atma and Brahma established here. Shabda, Pramana, approach that is word as a valid occur of knowledge, that is a Pramana, which is the strongest Pramana for matters beyond sensory experience. It leads to, according to Professor Adhikary, it leads to ultimate realization of universal unity of existence, consciousness, and bliss. Sansar Yoga, communication as a valid yoke, that is yoking, any means or system through which moksha is attained, Jivan Mukti is achieved. Liberation in life is achieved here, gained. Any system organizing inner being and outer frame for union with the divine qualifies as yoga. Here, sansar has been established as a means for attaining Jivan Mukti, attaining moksha, liberation in life. According to Adhikary, since yoga refers to any system for moksha attainment, communication qualifies. Therefore, sansar, which is communication, that is a sansar yoga, according to Professor Adhikary. Existing yogas, jnana yoga, that is knowledge, karma yoga, that is action, bhakti yoga, which is devotion. Sansar yoga, communication, emerges as a new valid path to Jivan Mukti, liberation in life. According to Adhikary, yeah. And here in the last part, Jivan Mukti, in this paper, Jivan Mukti is conceptualized as a communicative state of liberation. Communication transforms consciousness through empathy, aesthetic realization, that is rasa, and participation. Sadharikaran model offers an alternative to Western linear transmission model, which emphasizes communion over information exchange, rationality over individual agency, liberation achievable through everyday communication and human relationship, which is a shared sensibility, which can, here can be shared sensibility dissolves ego-centered perception and dualistic boundaries. In this way, the aim of our yoga, according to Adhikary, the aim of our yoga is Jivan Mukti in the universe, which is also claimed by Aurobindo. He also says, we have to live, release in the world, no release out of the world. That is Jivan Mukti. In this way, in Professor Adhikary's Sadharanikaran model of communication, we can find Jivan Mukti or moksha, liberation in life. Thank you very much for listening me, and sorry for the disturbance before. Thank you so much for all.
Thank you, Vishnu sir. I agree with you that Jivan Mukti is an active engagement with the world rather than a withdrawal from it. So, without further ado, I'd like to call upon Mr. Prabhakar Gimire, sir, for the comments.
A very good afternoon, all of you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Respected world session chair, distinguished speakers, presenter, and fellow scholars. First of all, I would like to extend my congratulations and best wishes to Professor Nirmala Adhikary on the occasion of your Golden Jubilee birthday. We wish you keep shining and inspiring us. Now, I would like to offer my comment on presenter, who is also my colleagues, PhD colleagues, Vishnu Gyawali sir. His presentation topics is the concept of Jivan Mukti in Adhikari's Sadhana model, which is very inspiring topics to discuss in academic platform. So I congratulate Mr. Gyamali for this effort, for coming up with these wonderful documents. The paper, generally, this paper presents a significant contribution to indigenous communication scholarship by exploring the concept of Jivan Mukti, that means liberation in life, from a communicative perspective. It is a rare work in connecting communicative perspective in spiritual or theoretical angles. So has done that support very interesting way. So I congratulate him. I found the paper conceptually rich and theoretically stimulating and inspiring, and I would like to offer a few observations and my suggestion for further strengthening the work. I have divided my comment in three parts. One is the strength of this paper. Second is critical observation, and third one is the suggestions. So I start with my observation on strength part. This paper makes a valuable contribution to indigenous and Asian communication theory by connecting Hindu philosophy with communication studies, by connecting Jivan Mukti and the communication perspective of Sadhana model of communication. So it's the idea of explaining the Jivan Mukti as a process of communication and human relationship to original and innovative. The study also challenged the dominant Western communication model, especially and the support diversity in communication theory. However, I have some critical observation in this paper. Some area need to be improved to be improved in this paper. The research methodology is not explained clearly in this paper. Especially talk about how you talk about the qualitative analysis, but you miss the opportunity to explain how the texts are selected, interpreted, and analytically categorized for analysis. Since the paper is theoretical, stronger explanation in interpretative methodology, but it should be improved academically to increase the academic rigor of this paper. So the heavy use of the Sanskrit philosophical term, definitely this paper need the Sanskrit terms used by Professor Adhikary to explain is Jivan Mukti perspective. So you have to explain those key terminologies in a very simple way so that very common people can understand what the keywords mean. Now the paper is significantly important in the present-day context of communication practices, but it lacks some analytical perspective because most of the part of this paper is on introductory and thematic perspective. So you have devoted much of the part in this introductory and thematic aspects. So you should have used the major portion and significant portion in discussion and analytical part. You lack that part, I think. So you should improve on that aspect.
Sure.
The research is also lacking the clear conclusion. What is your conclusion? You are just borrowing the statement of Professor Adhikary, but what is your perspective? What is your analysis? So you should have mentioned clearly on conclusion part also. So my suggestion is very brief. Please explain the methodology and analytical process more clearly. Use simpler explanation on Sanskrit terminology, which are not familiar to other very layman readers. So they need to be more clearly explained. And the comparing this Jivan Mukti perspective with Western communication theory would increase your academic strength on that. So overall, the paper is an important interdisciplinary. Especially, I would like to term it is as a interdisciplinary contribution that links Hindu philosophy and communication theory in a meaningful way. The paper has a strong potential to become highly influential if it improves methodologically, clarity, analysis, comparative discussion, and practical relevance. Lastly, I would like to thank Department of Language and Mass Communication for this opportunity, especially organizing team, I would say, for allowing me for offering my comment on this very comprehensive paper. Thank you, presenter Vishnu Gyamali sir, for your effort, and hopefully you will get better version after your effort incorporating my brief comment on that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhakar sir, for your insightful remarks. Proceeding ahead, I'd like to welcome Ms. Kajal Verma and Mr. Pawan Singh, research scholars from Sarda University, Media, Film and Entertainment, India. They will be presenting their joint research titled Mapping Selfhood in Sadarikaran Model of Communication. And I request Mr. Kuldeep Nirmala sir, a visiting faculty of DOLMC KUSOA, to review their work. So the scholars may begin their presentation.
Audible, and is my screen visible to you?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible and your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. First of all, I would like to greet one and all present here for the webinar. And in the starting itself, I would like to wish Adhikary sir a very happy birthday and giving this opportunity. And this is like a gift from sir to all of us that we are able to connect with not only the works but also on that particular special day. So this is my co-authored paper with my PhD supervisor, Dr. Pawan Malik sir. But I'll be presenting this on behalf of both of us. So the title is Mapping Selfhood in the Sadharanikaran Model of Communication. So like in this study, we have explored the concept of selfhood from Indian perspective and specifically with the perspective of SMC model. So would like to start with the introduction first, sharing a brief about selfhood. Since it's a multidisciplinary and multifaceted concept, we like when we were working over this paper, we found that there is not a particular single definition through which we can define it because it is a term or like a concept in sociology, philosophy, communication studies, like every field. But it is deeply connected to how a person perceives themselves and how they connect with others in their immediate and the society at large. And looking over to the communication theories, we found that this has been defined with only term self. We have referred as selfhood in our study. Would like to mention it here only. Like this particular term has been defined in various ways. From Western perspectives, it has been focused only on individuality. And from Indian perspective, there is only one particular theory model, that is SMC, given by Professor Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary sir. And if I talk about mention about only Indian perspective, uh, like Indian perspective has focused not on individuality, rather shared understanding, shared meaning, and terms that I would like to refer as terms of empathy and consciousness. Basically, the contrast that we are drawing here is Western perspectives have defined self from an individualistic orientation, while Indian perspective has focused on transcending boundaries. So, with the objective to understand firstly the concept of selfhood and secondly map its elements in SMC, we did a qualitative study with method of conceptual analysis. So, firstly, would like to conceptualize selfhood from Indian perspective. Like I mentioned, that it is not an individual entity merely; it is a relational and experiential phenomena. Here, we found that self develops not only when we get aware or about ourselves, not only with the internal awareness, but also when we interact with others in our society, be it the virtual reality or the like non-virtual reality, the reality that exists in the physical space in terms of like offline communication when we talk about. So selfhood has various dimensions. We have since I'm doing my PhD also on this particular topic of selfhood. So we have mentioned there also, we found that every person has four dimensions. You, me, and everyone. Everyone has these four dimensions of national, moral, spiritual, and social self that every person reflects consciously or unconsciously. And self is a broad term. It connects us with not like ourselves, but also with others, like we mentioned. And coming over to the second objective of our study, for that we had to like give a brief overview of this particular model. So rooted in Hindu philosophy, the model focuses more on transformative communication with elements of empathy, consciousness, shared understanding, shared meaning, sahridayata. These empathetic involvements make this model more unique and differentiable in context of not existing theories, but in totality with the Western perspective. So, in mapping selfhood through Sadharanikaran model of communication, we see that selfhood is embedded in the whole communication process, from being conscious about oneself and individuality to being conscious having to having emotional consciousness, from grounding our selfhood at physical level to the spiritual level, from sharing an aesthetic experience for the communicating parties to transcending boundaries, from transcending ego boundaries and separatedness to like more of expanding commonality, more of compassion, humanity. Selfhood is there. So also would like to mention that since the title of the webinar is also related to the works of Professor Adhikary sir, so here is a token of gratitude to sir because with due to this particular model we are able to like explore selfhood in from Indian perspective. We are able to explore and understand like what selfhood is, and we got to know that it is there um, within the communication process that we follow from Indian perspective. So selfhood through SMC is linked to bhav and ras, more importantly, and we found that it evolves a particular person from an individual subjective state to a universal state through like I mentioned, through empathy, through shared understanding, through mutual understanding, through compassion, through humanity, through welfare of all. These positive humanitarian elements make an alignment between selfhood and when it is mapped through I'm sorry. So these elements makes it easy for us to map out not the elements of like how selfhood is aligned with SMC, but also it helps us understand like selfhood from Indian perspective. So there has been a shared understanding and these humanitarian elements that have been there in concept of selfhood, which we are able to map through a certain model, otherwise which would have not been possible. So the model also reveals that there is a state of eco from ego, which means like from a narrower version wherein we all get trapped into materialistic things of power, superiority, ego. There is a transformation towards more ecological and balanced side, and that is what communication is. That is what the purpose of communication is, and not only the purpose of communication, but also the purpose of self. Because when we talk in a layman term, like what is self, so we get to know that self is understanding oneself, knowing oneself, it's self realization, self knowledge, atmaka bodh. What that is, that relates to higher self, that relates to inner part of oneself. But for that, we cannot say that we need to get detached from our physical world, get detached from the physical reality, and then move towards moksha or liberalization. In the time period that we are living in, detachment is not the solution. The solution is to live in cooperation with that particular physical reality, and also connecting deeply with oneself, because this is something that we lack in today's times. That is why we focus more on, say, meditation and other concepts, because the all of those things practices allow us to know ourselves more, connect with ourselves more, and realize what we are in relation to our physical reality. So, would like to conclude that by integrating Indian perspectives of selfhood, the theories and models related to communication and their applications can be enriched at a global level. Since it's a dynamic entity, selfhood is a dynamic entity and a process, individual yet collective at the same time. So, we need to be in the alignment rather than be in the detachment. So this was our like exploratory kind of study. Would like to have suggestions and feedback from the distinguished speakers, and yes, would like to thank with this also.
Thank you, Mrs. Verma. So, and Professor Dr. Malik, our commentator for this segment, will surely share the strengths and constructive feedbacks. So for now, we will move on with the next presentation. And next we have Madan Rai. He is a PhD research scholar from Department of Languages and Mass Communication, Kathmandu University School of Arts. The topic of his presentation is a Saridayata approach to communication patterns in Kirat, Hindu and Buddhist cultural practices. So Madan sir, you can go ahead.
Namaskar, everyone. Sewa. I would like to request the technical team to share my PPT. Respected session chair, honorable chief guest, distinguished key speaker, fellow paper presenters, and dear friends, Namaste Seva again. And happy Golden Jubilee birthday to our Professor Nirmala Mani Adhikary. I will stick on my time since my topic itself is on Saridayata. And on this auspicious occasion, I would like to share a verse of Kirat Rai Mundum to bless Professor Dr. Adhikary. O misi kolewa odane subucho mapacho minicho sangmacho mamsong papsong kam syorlam ka mari munnam changmakha maya khardare mamsong papsong dilpa walekha borsapka satpa dimmu pritchi hopka suba hopka satpa dimni syer yorka satpa dimni machu he nyep saka satpa dimmu jinungma wanungma dimmu Samanung madimu, rimanung madimu, nochak padimu, terchak padimu, sijem nungma, lemjem nungma, swakre nungma, lokre nung madimu, rukuwala nung madimu, chilak pa maluk magenmu, polewa machu, nyep sudat pa, sak pa, bat pa, masike, busike, rawasi, rongmaser, salikor, sopsekor, minkam, sunarupak kam, khosyal, bosyal, haridokpa, dimumoy, bau. Its rough translation goes like this. Hello, dear all. Here is the son of the earth and son of the human, and the powerful son has born from the body of father and mother. He has responsibility for the father and mother, and he will be the emperor of this mother earth. He has to be immortal, loved by nation and all the ancestors, and the one who will be likable, lovable for neighbors, for brother and sisters, for the God, and he will be very intelligent and philosophical. He has to be very gentle guy who can convince others and will have the art of oratory, and he won't have any enemies, and always have his head, he will always hold his head high, and he will always be respected, and he will be blessed with all the properties, and he will be supported by the nature. Thank you. And good afternoon. My topic is the approach communication pattern in Kirat, Hindu, and Buddhist cultural practices. I think I don't go for the table of content since I have already missed my 3 minutes. Going through the background, communication in Nepal's multicultural society operates through ritual symbols and shared participation across Kirat, Hindu, and Buddhist communities. This study uses Sadharidata, shared emotional understanding, and empathy as a framework for intercultural communication. It focuses on Kiratrai marriage ceremony and seance rituals as the communicative space of identity, spirituality, and coexistence. It examines how communication harmony is maintained despite cultural and religious differences through ritual participation and emotional resonance. It is grounded in intercultural communication and ethnography of communication theories, that is of Hall, Himes, and Carey. And statement of the problem is existing intercultural theories largely Western oriented, inadequately explain indigenous ritual communication, collective emotion, and interaction. In Nepal, Kirat, Hindu, and Buddhist communities participate together in ritual despite differences in belief, symbol, and communicative norms. In Nepal, more than 92% of people follow 81% of Hindu, 8% of Buddhist, and more than 3% of Kirat. So this study is being done. Limited communication center research exists on Kiratrai marriage ceremonies and seance rituals. The Sadharangan model of communication and the concept of Sarideta remain unexplored in intercultural ritual context. And this study addresses how emotional resonance, shared ritual participation, and symbolic engagement sustain communicative harmony and reduce intercultural noise in pluralistic sharing. And my objective are to identify and examine the communication patterns practiced within Kiratrai marriage ceremony and seance rituals involving Kirat, Hindu, and Buddhist participants. And the second objective is to analyze the role of communication patterns in fostering Sarideta among diverse cultural and religious communities. And the third one is to critically examine the challenges communicative noise, and power dynamics embedded within intercultural communication patterns in ritual practices. And my research questions are: what communication patterns are practiced within Kiratrai marriage ceremony and seance rituals involving Kirat, Hindu, and Buddhist communities? And the second one is: how do these communication patterns contribute to the development of Sarideta among participants from diverse cultural and religious background? And the third one is: what communicative challenges, misunderstanding, and critical issues emerge within intercultural ritual communication practices? In literature, it is grounded on Southern model of communication, and thereafter it is also Heim's ethnography of communication, and thereafter Carey's ritual view of communication, and methodologically it is based on qualitative ethnography, participant observation, and thematic analysis. I think I have to go for the discussion. In the discussion, to address my first research question: communication patterns in ritual practices of Kirat's Shians and the marriage ceremony. Communication in Kiratrai marriage ceremony and Shians rituals operates through verbal, non-verbal, interpersonal, and group communication. Ritual chants, mundum recitation, blessings, greetings, and collective participation function as the key verbal communication forms. Non-verbal communication, gesture, silence, facial expression, ritual positioning, symbolic offerings, grace, and emotional presence play an equal important role in meaning making. Ritual function as collective communicative space where communication is maintained through participation, shared symbols, kinship interaction, and emotional engagement rather than simple information exchange. Findings support the Southern model showing communication as a relational, participatory, and harmony oriented. And to address my second research question, the study found that Saridaya is sustained through mutual respect, cultural acceptance, long-term coexistence, and emotional participation. Kirat, Hindu, and Buddhist participants often join each other's ritual despite theological differences, prioritizing social harmony and communal relationships. It continues intercultural interaction across generations has reduced communicative distance and normalized shared ritual participation. Practices such as myth-sino, ritual friendship kinship, strengthen interpersonal trust and intercultural solidarity. Findings demonstrate that communication harmony emerges through shared ritual experience and emotional resonance, supporting intercultural communication theories emphasizing empathy and contextual understanding. And to address my third research question, despite harmony, several communicative challenges were identified: difficulty in understanding Mundum ritual language, uncertainty about ritual etiquette, symbolic behavior, majority and minority cultural dynamics, and caste-based participation inequalities. Food practices and cultural norms occasionally created symbolic boundaries during communal participation. Participants generally avoided confrontation, which maintained harmony but limited deeper intercultural dialogue and critical discourse. The findings suggest that Saridaya does not only eliminate differences but helps communities negotiate coexistence through adoption, respect, and emotional understanding. To sum up, intercultural ritual communication among Kirat, Hindu, and Buddhist communities is sustained through symbolic participation, emotional connectedness, and relational harmony. The Sarankan model of communication helps in explaining indigenous intercultural communication within pluralistic societies. In conclusion, the study found that intercultural communication in Kiratrai marriage ceremony and Shian's rituals is sustained through emotional participation, symbolic interaction, mutual respect, and long-term cultural coexistence. Communication operates beyond verbal exchange through ritual performance, non-verbal expression, active listening, and communal participation. Saridaya emerges as key communicative principle, fostering harmony through empathy, shared understanding, and ritual constant. Practices such as myth-sino and collective ritual participation strengthen intercultural relationship among Hindu, Buddhist, and Kirat communities. The study also identifies challenges including linguistic complexity of Mundum, caste hierarchy, unequal participation, the limited critical intellectual discourse. And recommendation: encourage wider academic application of Sadharanikaran model of communication and other indigenous communication theories in intercultural communication studies, promote more communication centered and interdisciplinary research on Kirat rituals, Mundum tradition, and indigenous community practices. Create inclusive space for deeper intercultural dialogue among Kirat, Hindu, and Buddhist community beyond passive coexistence. Address issues of caste hierarchy, unequal participation, and majority-minority dominance within ritual communication practices. Well, I think I have missed my deadline. So at last, सुन्नेलाई फुलको माला, भन्नेलाई फुलको माला, यो कथा वैकुण्ठ जाला, भन्ने बेला खुरखुर आउला, भानुभक्त आचार्य, आलस्य सेवा. For the one who listens, it is a garland of gold. For the one who recites, it is a garland of flowers. This story will lead to the heaven, and the time to speak will come surely again. Thank you so much. Namaste, Sewa. Thank you.
It was really an engaging presentation. Thank you, Madan Rai sir. Your work highlighted how the model functions as a practical living grace in our daily communicative practices. As we have arrived at our final research presentation for this webinar, to conclude our scholarly sessions, I'm delighted to invite Mrs. Trishna Acharya ma'am, a PhD research fellow at Department of Languages and Mass Communications, KUSOA, and not to forget also the force behind today's program. So her topic is titled De-Westernization and Reorientation Influencing Larger Society. The floor is open to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Shreya, for the generous introduction. I'd like to thank all the dignitaries and research paper presenter, commentator. We have a long, intellectually rigorous and enlightening conversation throughout the day, delving into the work of Professor Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary. It is the last presentation. I think it has been a long, engaging, yet very tiring day also. So I would not be taking much more time. At the very auspicious occasion, I again like to acknowledge the contribution of Professor Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary, whose birthday we will be celebrating, and also his contribution in academia from the Nepal to the globe. So my paper this time is based on my previous paper, De-Westernization and Reorientation in Communication and Appraisal. I'm basically a PhD research fellow of Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary. This time I was writing more on de-westernizing and reorientation and its impact especially in the communication and its impact in the larger society, as we have already received the abstract. And it is basically, this paper basically critically explores how the shift from Eurocentric paradigms towards indigenous epistemologies has reshaped knowledge production, cultural identity, and communicative practices in non-Western context. So basically this presentation mainly discusses how communication theory and knowledge production have long been dominated by Western or Eurocentric perspectives, and why scholars today are advocating for more culturally grounded and indigenous approaches. As we see videos from the different parts of the world, now people are searching for the lost recipes, lost costumes and things like that, because deep down somewhere we all are very much conscious about our root and where we come from and what comprises our identity and things like that. So I'll briefly explain the major concept, the need for the de-Westernization, the ideals of Asia centricity, the contribution, and also the contribution of the Nirmal Mani Adhikary sir, the Sadharanikaran model of communication, and finally the broader societal impact of the movement. So basically, So communication as in, I'd like to request Alok sir to change the slide, please. So basically, communication as an academic discipline largely developed in the Western world, scholars such as Harold Lastwell and Claude Shannon focused on communication mainly as transmission of message and information. However, later scholars questions whether communication theory should only be understood through Western experiences and frameworks. This led to the emergence of discourse of de-Westernization, basically. So de-Westernization is not rejecting the West, but also including the rest of the world and being critical about the very idea of dominating the, that is why what we call the knowledge politics, dominating the domain of knowledge or epistemic arena. So basically, the term became especially significant after the publication of the book De-Westernizing Media by James Curran and Myung Jin Park in 2000. So basically, okay. So at the same time, Asian scholars like Dayakishan Thushu, Waimal, Disa Nayak, and Yasotaka Mike emphasize the importance of theorizing communication from Asian cultural and philosophical perspective. So what is de-Westernization? So de-Westernization is basically the response to the dominance of Western knowledge system. Okay, you move by again. Oh. Yeah. Okay, so basically, so for the long time, theories developed in the Europe and America were treated as universal, but societies across Asia, Africa, and Latin America realized these theories often ignored local cultures, philosophies, and languages and lived realities. So de-Westernization does not mean rejecting the West entirely. Rather, it means questioning the monopoly of Western paradigms, recognizing the multiple knowledge tradition, and creating space for indigenous local perspectives. So it promotes the multicultural, multidisciplinary, and multi-paradigmatic approaches. This movement also connects with the knowledge politics because power influences, okay, which knowledge becomes mainstream and which knowledge remains the marginalized. So why we need de-Westernization? There are several reasons why de-Westernization become necessary. For the first reason, we can say communication theories should reflect the diversity of human societies. One single cultural framework cannot fully explain all communicative practices around the world. So what culture is basically? Culture is way of life, and when it is followed for a longer period of time and we become very dogmatic, it becomes regressive for the human society to flourish, and also it also not only harms the minority or the colonized communities, but also the dominant societies also. That rigidity actually harms that dominant societies also. So basically, that needs to be challenged. And second is local philosophies and traditions content rich communication concepts that have been ignored for centuries. Third, globalization often creates cultural homogenization. In response, societies seek to reconnect with their indigenous identity and heritage and epistemological roots. Therefore, scholars argue that communication theorization should become more inclusive and culturally grounded. So when we talk about the de-Westernization and from the Asian perspective, we basically talk about the Asia centricity proposed by Professor Yasutaka Mike. Asia centricity emphasizes in studying Asian people, culture, philosophies, and experiences from Asian perspectives rather than interpreting them only through Western frameworks. According to the Mike, so what Asia centricity is places Asian cultural values at the center of inquiry, emphasizes the collective and humanistic interest, and grounds theory in Asian historical experiences. Okay, so importantly, Asia-centricity is not about replacing Eurocentrism with another ethnocentrism. So instead, it seeks balance, plurality, and contextual understanding. So what Sadharanikaran model means here? So it is propounded by Dr. Nirmala Adhikary in 2002. So this model actually is based on the Sanskrit text. We have talked about it whole day. It is based on the Natya Sastra by Bharat Muni and Vakyapadya by Bhartrihari. So basically, it sets the ground for the reorientation. So we do have the philosophical and theoretical reservoir of knowledge based on our ancient text. So there we are going again to redefine it in the modern, through the lens of modern discipline. And by doing so, unlike Western transmission models, the Sadharanikaran model defines communication not simply as sending information from sender to receiver. Instead, it is shared understanding, okay, and it is also a shared meaning. And ultimately, it seeks the way we can differ in our experience. We can have a different sort of understanding, but ultimate goal of the communication is mutual understanding, and that mutual understanding comes through the multiple sessions of interactions and communication where we have a shared sort of experience. So the model incorporates the concepts like rasa, verb, saridayas, and multiple levels of realization and interpretation. So it's not one-time thing. So to build a saridayata, we have to communicate time and again. So there is one beautiful quote that we cannot not communicate. So we are communicating when we are not communicating. Silence itself also speaks. So basically, it is significant because it reclaims the communication. SMC is significant because it reclaims the communication theorization through Eastern epistemology and indigenous philosophical tradition. So from de-Westernization to reorientation, the presentation also highlights important transition moving beyond de-Westernization to reorientation. So basically what reorientation does is to relocate the communication theorization into different cultural centers, mainstream indigenous knowledge systems, and create theories rooted in the local context and civilizational experiences. So according to Adhikary, communication theory in South Asian should not merely react to the Western paradigm, but should confidently develop its own epistemological foundations. Thus, reorientation is a constructive rather than a very not only a critical, but it is also a constructive. So it is not only focused on the problem; it it offers the solution. What can be done? So impact on the knowledge, global knowledge and society. What can be the impact of reorientation, de-Westernization in the global knowledge and the society is basically it strengthens the cultural identity, encourages respect for indigenous knowledge, and promotes epistemic pluralism. So today, universities and scholars are increasingly incorporating local philosophies, indigenous tradition, and non-Western perspectives in their curricula, and also in the works of professors, researchers, in their projects and in their term papers, seminars, conferences. So they are creating a platform where the exploration can be increased and brought the new insights from the academic effort. So in South Asia, especially culturally grounded communication approaches are becoming more visible in education, media discourse, development communication, policy discussions. So today we presented around 17 papers, and they are in the diverse areas. So each and every paper, and tomorrow also we are presenting more, and we did the 2 decades of Sadharanikaran model of communication, where we received more than we accepted more than 30 papers, and we received more than 50 papers. So like from the different parts of the world. So now young scholars are also very inquisitive about this, and so last but not the least, what we can say is, to conclude, communication theorization is dynamic and continuously evolving alongside society. So it's fluid, not very rigid, we can say. So although globalization and power structures often encourage homogenization, societies continue to seek connection with their indigenous identity and epistemological heritage. It is more, we can say, intrapersonal also. We seek, because in 24 hour we might escape the realities for a certain period of time, but we cannot escape ourselves. And when we are communicating with self, we are always asking, who am I and where do I come from? That remains in every individual soul. So that is why also it is very significant. So de-westernization challenges the dominance of Eurocentric paradigm, while reorientation moves further towards constructing communication theory from culturally grounded perspective. The emergence of approaches as Asia-centricity and Sadharanikaran model of communication demonstrate that indigenous philosophies can make valuable contribution to global communication scholarship. And I myself is also exploring the Tantra text Yogini Hridayam to aid to the communication discipline under the guidance of Professor Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary, and hope to come with new findings and new presentation in next academic gathering. And I would like to again wish happy 50th birthday to Professor Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary. And as an coordinator of the program, I would like to assure all the presenters that you will be receiving your certificate after the presentation within this week. And thank you very much for this academic energy you all have brought into. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trishna ma'am, for the much needed powerful conclusion to our research presentations. Your insights to de-Westernization remind us all the importance of reclaiming and honoring our own social, cultural, and intellectual roots. So now to provide reflections on Trishna ma'am's presentation, I'd like to call upon Mr. Kuldeep Nirola sir, who is a visiting faculty and a PhD research scholar at DOLMC KUSOA. Sir.
Thank you so much. I just want to ask, am I commenting on all three presenters or just...
Yes, sir. You will be presenting on all three.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Professor Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary for celebrating Golden Jubilee of his life. And also, I'm very thankful to him and his whole team for having me at the department, and also as a commentator to all these distinguished presenters. And such a remarkable space to be in, where Professor Adhikary is talking about moving beyond self to a shared understanding about the connectedness and the being itself, from ego to eco, as Kajalji said. So it's such a remarkable space and such a remarkable presentations. So I'd try to find a link between three presenters because I have limited time within which I have to comment. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Adhikary for propounding this idea of Sadharanikaran and Sarideta and all other different concepts that the other presenters talked about. It is very remarkable that he moved beyond the idea of communication as an activity between two individuals or two group, rather he focused on it as a collective process, which moves beyond an individual to the overall community or overall experience of communication. And so Kajalji and Dr. Malik highlighted that very well, that his idea is to look beyond individual self and focus on the shared experience of communication, generating empathy and connectedness, and how it transforms from emotion to shared aesthetic experience. So the strength of their presentation was that they presented in a very vivid manner, and I come from a peace and conflict resolution background, so it made a lot of sense to me that we need to find commonality and shared values among ourselves. So thank you for pointing it out. And then Ji's presentation showed further how it's not just between two individuals but between cultures. How it's how the concepts of he talked about, sorry, the commonality, but also to connect it with Kajalji's presentation, Sadharanikaran. So Sadharanikaran to Sarideta, I could see how it moves beyond certain individuals at cultural level, that Madanji highlighted, talking about rituals and talking about the practices. Mm, and I was thinking about how multicultural communities have existed in Nepal, and Madanji's presentation highlighted how people are able to communicate beyond their own community and their own practices through rituals. Um, and I also really liked when he highlighted about the boundaries and limitations of, reaching beyond their own community, how boundaries come and how difficulties related with languages can pose challenge to communicating beyond cultures. Uh, Despite that, he showed how Sarideta, the concept of Sarideta, and linking to Kalalji's presentation, Sadharanikaran can help individuals look beyond the cultures and communication, and connecting that to Trishnaji's presentation. She went beyond cultures and talked about civilizations. So I was just seeing the thread and connections between these three different presentations, where she talked about how Sadharanikaran model actually and de-westernization actually helps us look beyond not only cultures and communities but beyond civilizations. And she rightly pointed out about how the Western and Eurocentric models have been dominating the knowledge. And with Professor Adhikary's idea that he introduced in 2002, he was able to not challenge to say, but show a different path, that a different path can exist within the global realm of communication. So I think that is one of the remarkable observations that Trishnaji made, that it's not about countering a Western dominance or not. And she very rightly pointed out that Professor Adhikari is very clear that it is not about creating another ethnocentric idea of knowledge or ethnocentric idea of communication, but it's about finding our own space within that different discourses that exist on in communication. So I actually commend all the presenters for highlighting that it's not about critiquing certain approaches, but it's about feeling confident about our own model, like proposed by Professor Adhikari. It's about feeling confident that that we also have our own way of understanding world and own way of seeing communication as a process of unification rather than just the transfer of ideas from one person to the other. Um, so I commend all the three presenters for bringing that very clearly, and then also highlighting the importance of indigenous knowledge and indigenous philosophy, where the globalization continues to challenge the existence of indigenous knowledge and processes. But at the same time, I was wondering, uh, Trishnaji mentioned that it's a fluid concept and globalization continues to challenge, but we are adjusting, and the philosophy continues to grow. Professor Adhikari's idea continues to grow. I was wondering, these days with social media, it is very difficult for I have seen that social media have created these silos, because of this algorithm and all. Communication has been very difficult, and I was wondering how social media, these bubbles created by social media, where people feel confident in their own bubble and tend to believe their own bubble, how um, like Sarideta and Sadharanikaran model would uh, help people see beyond these social realities created by media, and also how artificial intelligence and all these things, they are challenging the model proposed by Professor Adhikari. So I would have loved to hear more if there was more time from the presenters, how they think Professor Adhikari's model would help people see beyond these silos and help people still see the commonalities and help them like still connect. So I'd like to know, how it is surviving in this age of artificial intelligence and social media, that tends to divide people rather than connect them. But overall, well done with the presentation, and congratulations to Professor Adhikary one more time. And it was my pleasure to be a commentator to all of you. And I wish you good luck with the papers. And thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, hope the feedbacks given will be implemented in the paper of the researchers and the presenters. So, with that, thank you, respected scholars and academics who have participated in this May gathering. We have successfully come to an end of the webinar, and we will hold a closing ceremony. Now I would like to invite Mr. Arun Paudil to deliver the vote of thanks.
Okay, then what about Professor Dr. Ajay Rizal?
He is scheduled after you, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, Sangathabdam Sambatabdam Sambo Manansi Janatam Deva Bhagam Etha Purve Sanjanana Upasate. Let's work together, let's work together, let's live together, let's have conversation together. This is the Vedas Richa of Rigved for commonality, for Sariteta. Namaste, Namaskar, Namo Namaha. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, according to the time all over the world. Laso Bhabula Tasi Delek, Zorle Siwaro, Sewa, Dodolapa, Taremam, Namaskar, Namo Namaha. Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished keynote speaker, respected professors, valued participants, and esteemed audience joining us from around the globe, I extend heartfelt welcome and thank you to you all, and along with impartial commentators. It's my great privilege to express my vote of thanks to all for this historic webinar organized on the auspicious occasion of the Golden Jubilee 50th birthday of Professor Dr. Nirmala Adhikary. He is a distinguished scholar, eminent author, and internationally recognized communication theorist, best known for formulating the Sadharanikaran model of communication and the Sanchar Yoga theory. Professor Adhikary is widely acknowledged as a progressive intellectual leader, innovative researcher, social innovator, and reformer, public thinker, and eminent educationist. His scholarly contributions are notable for bridging Eastern and Western philosophical traditions, as well as integrating diverse approaches to communication theory, political practices, and education. In addition to his foundational work in communication theory, he has developed several significant conceptual frameworks, including the political theory of Rajya Rashtra, state nation, the social development theory of statodynamic progressivism, the philosophy of Sarideta and Sarideta based economic thought, and the Maulik Siksha Paddhati, consisting 7 principles of fundamental and Sarideta based economic thoughts and education system grounded in Eastern philosophy, and the Adarshila Chatushtaya, Vigyan ko Buddhi, wisdom of science, Pravidhi ko Pragati, the progress of technology, Dharma ko Vivek, the discernment of Dharma or righteousness, and Sardeta ko Sambandha, the interconnectedness of Sarideta, empathetic human relations. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the esteemed professors who have presented their papers and contributed through rigorous academic engagement and critical scholarly analysis. Similarly, all the PhD scholars who have presented their papers. I am also deeply thankful to all the distinguished personalities for gracing this occasion with their esteemed presence which has greatly enriched the significance of this event. Furthermore, I extend my hearty appreciation to all the participants, speakers, the keynote speaker, chief guest, and the valued audience joining us from across the globe, both in the present moment and in the times to come. As from the desk of the ceremony coordinator, I would like to express the best wishes, happiness, progress, prosperity, good health, and success to Professor Dr. Nirmal Mani Adhikary on the occasion of Golden Jubilee, 50th birthday of his. And may Nepalama bless him to achieve the highest position of the nation, to enrich his works of arts, theory, philosophy, and critical thinking. With profound appreciation and sincere thanks to all of you, I now formally declare the conclusion of today's international webinar from my side. Thank you. Have a nice day. Goodbye. Are you listening to me? No. Hello?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Arun sir, for your gracious words and enthusiastic notes. Your presence and contribution to today's program is deeply valued. I am now honored to welcome Professor Dr. Ajay Rizal sir from Kathmandu University School of Medical Sciences, KUMS, to present as the valedictory of today's program.
Namaste. Good evening to you all. Thank you for inviting me. I don't know what I have to say in the valedictory function, but I have gone through the abstracts of all the presenters today, around 17 presenters, and I could listen to few presentations also on my way from Dhulikhel, and also at now I have reached home, so I am at home and I have listened to 2 or 3 presentations here also. So first of all, I would like to express my best wishes for the birthday, 51st birthday or Golden Jubilee birthday celebration of Professor Nirmal Mani Adhikary sir. So, Shubha Janmadinam Tubhyam. So, it is a very good idea that being a academic person, we are celebrating his birthday as an academic function. So today is webinar and tomorrow is a seminar. So I was invited for the seminar also, but because of the official schedule, I could not come. But it is good that I am here for the webinar. So all the presentations which I went through in the abstract book and which I listened were very much interesting, very nice. Being a psychiatrist, I am very much inclined to 2 of the philosophies given by Professor Nirmal Mani Adhikary. And first of all is Sadharikaran model of communication. Another is statodynamic progressivism. So luckily, 2 years ago, I was a keynote presenter in the statodynamic progressivism seminar, which was conducted in KUSOA, and also in the Sadharikaran model, 2 decades of Sadharikaran model of communication, there was a seminar. There also I could present. So being a psychiatrist, my apart from the whatever I have learned in the Western literature, the Eastern literature, Srimad Bhagavad Gita is always attracting me. So if I use Srimad Bhagavad Gita as a reference book, the communication theory, which is important for the mental health, for counseling, for psychoeducation, all those things can be used through the Sadharikaran model of communication. And most of the important thing is that Abhivyanjana and Rasa Swadhana. If we see Navarasa, which has been given in our literature, or also in the drama, also in the Natya Shastra, which Professor Nirmal Mani Adhikary had brought forward in his Sadharikaran model of communication. Rasa and Bhava is emotions, which are important for a psychiatric point of view. So I could see the corollary between the Navarasa and 8 primary emotions. So Santarasa is not given in the psychiatry literature because Santarasa is our eastern part. or whatever has brought from the Eastern communication, Eastern theory, Santarasa is Vairagya, that is not given in the psychiatry, in the psychiatric literature. So 8 emotions and 8 rasa. So rasa bhava, rasa swadhana, abhivyanjana, two-way communications which has been propounded in Sadhanika model of communication is very much interesting for us. And if we utilize this Sadhanika model of communication, we do not have to very much dependent on the Western literature. So this Sadhanika model of communication has to be brought forward. Regarding statodynamic progressivism, sthita gatyatmakata, which we say, so that also is very much important. Sthiti and gati, motion and staticism, both are important for our growth, for our emotional growth also. So that is also very much explained in the basis of karma, and karma is gati and sthiti is our moksha. If we want to go to the moksha sthiti, then we have to do our karma. That is said also in the Bhagavad Gita. So I didn't want to go detail because we have already gone 1.5 hours beyond the schedule. So at last, I would like to again Subhajanma Dinam Tubhyam to Nirmal Mani sir, and I'm very happy to be part of this program. Although in the validity section, I would have loved to be in the seminar also tomorrow, but I could not. So in this way, the academicians should go through this type of Rasanatmak programs for celebrating birthday. It is very good start. I think others would also follow this. And with this note, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Rizal. And with that, we draw the curtains on today's webinar. A heartfelt thank you to our presenters for sharing your expertise, our guests for your time and engagement, our volunteers for your tireless support behind the scenes, and the organizing committee for making this event possible. This webinar truly would not have been the same without each and every one of you. By wishing Professor Dr. Adhikary a happiest birthday, I am delighted to say that the program had successfully come to an end. Have a great evening.
Hearty invitation to you all tomorrow to be present, in Rashtriya Nathgar at 2 p.m. onwards. All of you should come if it is possible.
Of course, sir.
Thank you.
We have